Hi guys, welcome back to Debbie J's Crafting Corner. Today we're going to be looking at another new Spellbinders collection. This one is called the FLUTED Classics. Okay, I'm back. I did notice that right at the end of that last real quick Happy Mail live that Kim was saying, oh, is it over already? So I figured since apparently you guys didn't want to stop, I would come back on and go ahead and get something else done that I need to get done. Hello, Miss Pam, and hello, Miss Carmen. Welcome back. I don't know that Pam was in earlier, but I do know that Carmen dropped in for the Happy Mail. So, anywho, I figured I would just introduce you guys to a new collection from Spellbinders that I think is going to be so much fun and will help us to, I don't know, take our card making up a notch. And I'm just going to start off with one. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4. There's actually 5 of them. And each one has a different size. And these are, in my opinion, these are some of kind of the essentials. One thing I do want to double check with you guys is I want to make sure that you can hear me okay and that the music's not too loud. So just double checking, making sure that you can hear me. So the FLUTED Classics, and as the name implies, they are kind of classic. It's basically shape dies. So we've got, I'm going to start off with the Slimline, because of course we all love the Slimlines. Hello, Miss Sandy, and hello, welcome back, Miss Melissa. So this one is a very large die. This one is 8.5. Actually, I did cut it out. This one is 8.5 by I think 3.5. Yes, by 3.5. So this basically makes the size that you would need to make your Slimline card, and then we've got all these other cool dies to go with it. So we've got the large one. Let me bring this chipboard out, and that'll make it so you can actually see it a little bit. So first, let's go with just this plain rectangles. So we've got that large one that is the size of a regular Slimline, a full Slimline. Then we've got one that's smaller, and we've got 2 more that nest along in there. And then we've got these fun pieces. This is one of the things that kind of, Pam, you're still in bed? Come on, honey. I get it now. That's why you guys are able to survive going so late on watching all the lives where I conk out. It's because you sleep in and I don't. Anyway, these are the ones that make it special. What I have noticed lately when I've been getting these different collections from Spellbinders is one of their influencers, and yes, they did send me these, and I need to get some projects done for them. What I've noticed is they make things, they find a way to just kind of amp your card up just that little bit, and they make the dies that are perfect for that. So what this one does, and where did I put the piece that I cut out? That's what I get for doing too many things. I actually even did a Facebook meeting thing with my mother-in-law because she decided out of the blue, like, oh, I need a bunch of cards. Okay, I will find it in a minute. But anyway, it basically creates this cool frame, including the little mitered edge on the edge of it. So you've got it so that you can do that plain on piece of cardstock just to add that accent. Or you can create a full frame. Let's say do these 3 pieces together, and then you've got a window that's got that cool embossed piece on there. And I had the thing here just a minute ago. I would lose my head if it wasn't attached. Here we go. Okay, I had something on top of it. So here's where I basically cut out the largest frame and then that largest etched piece. And if I can get my camera to look better, because it hasn't been doing what I've been telling it to do. So I'm basically going to make it a little bit darker so you guys can see it a little better. I think I'm going to lower the brightness. So hopefully you can see that. and increase the sharpness maybe. To me, it just looks too dark, but you can see that etched line. I think that is going to be just so pretty. I mean, I'm one of those folks that in the past years, and I even told this to my mother-in-law, most of my cards, all the edges were just cut with a paper trimmer. I didn't use the dies. I mean, for a long time, part of that was because whenever I tried to use my die cutting machine, I'd have to go to the other room and I'd have to stand over the thing and crank. But now that I've got my Gemini Junior, and I've had this thing for over a year, I think it's like 2. Anyway, because I have that and it's on my desk and it's nice and close, I'm able to do a lot more with it, which is very, very cool. There has got to be a way for me to be able to see those lines and see my peeper. Okay, I'm going to have to say that that is going to have to be good enough. So we got a bunch of folks still back in. So we've got Melissa, and which I already said hello to. Hello again. And Elizabeth came back in too. Hello, Miss Elizabeth. But I just think that that is really, really cool. So we've got this really big one that is the outside frame for your Slimline, for your large Slimline. Elizabeth says she uses everything more. Then we've got that inner edge that I just put in there. So we've got another one. So you can basically do the same thing with a smaller window. And what's cool is you can use all of these alone or together. It's entirely up to you. So you've got where you can create something like this for 3 different sizes, or you can create just the outside window for 3 different sizes. Or you could just use the edges to cut out whatever size card you want to. And that is the one for the FLUTED CLASSICS Slimline. So that's the Slimline one. I am never going to get these back in my packaging. Right now, the way I'm storing most of my dies, and it's kind of good with these because they're so big, they would not really fit well in the old pockets that I was doing. I have moved over to putting them into a sheet protector and putting them in a binder for all of my Spellbinder stuff, because that's the only way I can find and know that I'm using my Spellbinders. So that one is the Slimline. Then we've got the same thing in ovals. And again, you've got the 3 different sizes and all those little circles. And one thing on this one, I think it's actually got an extra die in here, because with this one, it's got basically 2 that go between this fluted frame and this fluted frame. And actually on the others as well. So these are basically created specifically for you to make the circle frames to go around stuff, or circle windows. Oval windows. I keep saying wrong words. Words are hard. So that is that one. So Elizabeth was in the chat on the Happy Mail video, but it looks like she decided to go chat with somebody else. You had a lovely video chat with your niece in Washington. Well, that is cool. I did get all of the the Crafting with Debbie swap ones done first at the beginning of the video, and then I moved on to the card that I had from Card Conga, and then I moved on to the ones that I was doing with Aaron Reed Makes' group. So now we have Miss Janine. So hello, Miss Janine. So we've already looked at the rectangle and the oval, and then we've also got, the Slimline and oval. Now we've got a square, and now we've got a rectangle. And the rectangle, I think, is going to be A2 size. So yes, this largest frame is 5.5, and so this has got to be 4.25. 5.5 by 4.25. So that takes you right to the edge. So I'm thinking, see, I still have to figure out what I want to make with this. I went ahead and pulled out one of my newer stamp sets. I think I'm going to play with it today. And I figure I will just sit here and make stuff and chat with you. Elizabeth says, words are very hard. Let me look back up to the other one. I've used my Spellbinders. I used my Spellbinders hem stitch on a card yesterday. So I haven't seen the hem stitch one. But I might do something like that too. And these would probably be real good with those, ooh, I need to get that out. So you guys saw the Slimline large die of the month. And so it's nice and long and would fit perfect on this one. I may have to do that. So I've already got one cut out, so that's good. But I think all of these sets basically have got 2 cutting dies in between each of those frames, each of the fluted pieces. The only one that does not is the Slimline. I didn't realize that. I mean, unless I'm missing something, I don't know. So it looks like you guys are liking what I'm showing you, so thank you guys. I mean, I was thinking about trying to do another live today, but I really was just thinking I need to get some of this stuff finished up. Okay, so I don't know if I said hello to Miss Sandy, but welcome. So give me a second. I am going to go run and get my notebook that's got the... Well, I take that back. I've got one here, and that might be... Oh, that's my hot foil. Actually, I could do foil, but that'll be too much stuff on my desk. Give me just a second. I'm going to run get my binder that has got... One of my binders that has all the rest of my dies in there, because I think I want to use that large die of the month, because I think that would be really cool. And of course, since I don't know which one is which, I've got them labeled as Spellbinders, so I know which one it is. And here's another one of the other frame dies. But I don't know if I put the new die of the month in here. I think it's in the other one. Yeah, it's in the other one. Along with the kinetic dies from Whimsy Stamps that I still need to play with. Ooh, I could play with him. And I could do those. Do you ever look through your stuff and think, oh, I should play with that? This is the die set I was talking about, though, that would fit perfectly across that Slimline die there. So I think that's the one I'm going to start off with. And this one here is one I have not used with you guys yet, and that one is the circular Slimline stitched one. So that's kind of cool too. It gives, you can either just die cut it out and it has all those nice little holes and emboss lines, plus you can trim the edge or whatever like that, or you can also do the stitching too. I keep telling you guys that you need to move south. Everybody is on there complaining about the weather. I know it's sweater weather, but I don't wear sweaters. Right now, I'm in a short sleeve shirt, which you saw in the intro, and shorts. It was a little chilly earlier this week, which means I actually was wearing yoga pants a couple of days. But that's only because we had the windows open. You guys need to move south. Okay. So here are all those. I forgot, I already have some cut out. Okay, so what I could do, something like that, and I could cut out a piece of pattern paper to either go above or below and use the die that trims it up. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Janine, you have socks on. Oh my goodness. And Elizabeth says, every time I need to go live, I flip through my stuff and get ideas. Okay, so you guys know how much I love that that plaid, but this is another paper that I think is really pretty too. So I think this is the one I'm going to use at least on this first card, probably on more than that. So I do need it to be, I'm thinking I might just make 2 because that's easier than just making 1. So I need to cut that right about there, a little bit larger so I can send it through my die cutting machine. And I should have just gone over to the other and cut it over there with my big trimmer, because I also think I might need to get, well, no, I'm going to show you what the issue that I had using my Gemini Junior size plates with that big die. Let you guys see what I did there. And I think I am going to make another one. So on the FLUTED Classics Slimline, it is huge, right? So I'm going to take the top two. And that's just so I can get that pretty edge there. And then this was regular 8.5 by 11 cardstock. Well, this is exactly 8.5. So I basically had to tape it in place and trim off the edge in order to be able to get it to fit through my Gemini Junior. Ooh, Melissa says that they'll never move because move south because hubby is a commercial fisherman, which is perfectly fine, sweetie. But she does have a condo in Mexico, which means that sounds like time for her to take us all on vacation. We could go to Cabo or something, right? So I'm just going to trim it around the size of this die. So I've told you guys about the sandwich that I use for my... And Janine says her aunt has a house or villa in Cabo. Oh my goodness. Sounds like a crafty road trip. Well, the sandwich that I've used for my Gemini Junior is the regular Gemini Junior plate and my magic mat and my Spellbinders mat. Well, the Spellbinders mat has this little bevel, which means nothing that you cover with that bevel is going to cut. You have to have it on that line or further in. Also, my machine is tight enough that if my die is too close to the edge, it will not go through. I think I spent 5 minutes just trying to get it to go through. So what I'm going to have to do is first tape it in place, because this is exactly 8.5. And that's exactly where the edge of my paper is going to go. So I've got to tape that on. Come on. I'm going to try to do it where I don't rip anything this time. And my washi tape. It's really weird. You know how washi tape doesn't want to stick to anything until you want to take it off? So I'm going to basically line that up right with the edge and press the tape on so it holds it in place. And then do the same thing on the other end. Yeah, I agree. I do have the long platform on my Big Kick, but I do not have it for my Gemini Junior. And I never thought I would need it because I was never making any slimlines. And then all I have to do is just lay this down right inside, and it nests perfect. They size these so well. Then I have to pull this down a bit because I want to make sure it goes through my machine, and these plates together have to get it started or it's not going to go through. When I have it on the edge, it doesn't work, which means I've got some hanging off on the end here. So I'm going to start it through, let it start cutting, pull it back out of my machine. Gemini Junior has that reverse button, and then shift everything down so that this is back on the entire plate and go the other end. Janine says it does. She's my crafty aunt. Okay, so pause and then hit reverse. So it's going to spit it right back out at me. And you can see it's already cutting on that end. So now I have to slide the whole thing down. Put the plates back on and then send it through the opposite direction with this end that's not cut going through first. And it worked fine. It was just one of those things like, what? I mean, you guys can see that looks fine. Okay. And I've got some dirty stuff on my mat. Okay. And this is the part where I have to be careful because, of course, after I send it through my Gemini Junior, my washi tape actually wants to stick. Before I send it through, it doesn't want to stick. So I'm going to release it from the die, and then I can gently pull it off of my paper so I don't rip anything. Okay, is somebody having internet problems? Mine, I think, is doing fine. I haven't seen anything weird happen, and I've got YouTube Studio actually up. It shows excellent connection, which basically means I figured out some settings on my computer that got things to work better, so yay! Hopefully I won't have as many issues when it comes to doing our lives. Okay, Pam, we will see you in a minute, honey. And it looks like I probably trimmed it a little bit too close on that end because, or put the paper just a little bit off, because it looks like it did trim off a little bit of that edge. It wasn't supposed to, but that's okay. This will still look good. And I'm being very careful with the washi tape because I don't want to rip off any of those little pieces that are cut there. That's a good idea, Miss Elizabeth. Thank you. I will give that a shot. Yeah, when I told you that it was exactly 8.5, you can see on this end, because it actually left that little sliver, that's the sliver that cut off on this side that I did not need to cut off. I think the biggest issue with the way that it's stuck on there is just that I have trouble getting my fingernails to hold on to it. But yes, your trick with using the heat definitely worked. Okay. Plus, the tape is cut because it went through the die. So it's got all those little slivers cut. So each one of them is trying to tear. Okay. That is good. Looks like I've got a little tiny bit in between those two. Right in that slit there. There we go. I was really surprised on the Happy Mail video. Ryan decided to pop in from the shop. That was sweet. Okay, so that's just that large one. And then what I think I'm going to do with this, because like I said, I wanted to do two, so I've got two panels there. I'm going to use this die, which basically cuts that curve that those are going to go on. So I'm going to cut that. I'm going to try to keep it about in the middle. I mean, not that it matters. I mean, if it's at a little angle, it was supposed to, right? Before I do that, though, because I wanted to fit inside that frame, I need one of the rectangles, one of the Slimline rectangles, to cut this to that smaller size. And then that piece I can cut with my wave. So these are the two I've already used. So now I need the next size in. And that one, it fits, so it's not going to have that problem with going through the die cutting machine. Okay, does anybody know if Pam was able to make it back in? So even on its own, you could basically do this, embellish that with whatever, put some trees or something on there, and that would basically be done. That's so pretty. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and put this one on, and because I want it to be, let's see, I'm going to line it up with the grids on my magic mat, so I know that it's all straight. And then I can add the edge, and this is going to be a little bit over, and that is fine. And then I will take a piece of my tape. I'm going to just tape it down to the magic mat. Okay. Now I can run this through, and then it should give me 2. Okay, Pam, you eat your breakfast, honey. What are you having? Okay, and this one I had to push a little bit heavier to get it to go through the machine because the edge of the die was so close to the edge of the platform. It didn't really like going through, but I got it to go through. Okay. Okay, and then big question is whether or not I want to put any kind of color underneath it or just pop it up. And I may still have some of those bits for the poinsettias, but I think I'm going to need to cut some of those out. This is going to be pretty. Ooh, Honey Nut Cheerios. Yes. I've got some of that in my cabinet too. Then we've got this one that I could basically do the same kind of thing, but it would go the opposite direction. Oh, that's kind of cool too. It basically go on like this, and you put something above it. I'm not sure about it, but it does look kind of cool, but I think it would need to be longer, which means I would have needed to shift that up a bit higher. Or could layer it like that so that the flowers are basically just peeking out and we don't see that white trim there. Undecided. If I do it with it on top, I could add the gems like I did last time. Could also do a couple of layers. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on top. But I also think I may want to do another color underneath, which means I need to do something else with this die. So, let's see. What do you guys think? Is that too busy? Like, should I go with a solid instead? Janine is having lunch, mashed potatoes. Melissa has only had coffee, which I think this is probably my 3rd cup. Ooh, and Janine's potatoes were with onions and garlic. Pam has her cup of tea. Yeah, snuggling up in the recliner is a good thing. We have one of those couches with the recliners on the ends, so that's where I spend most of my evenings while I'm listening to Elizabeth's Live. Okay, so Janine thinks that a plain color underneath would be good. But I don't want to do white, so I need to do another color. And that's all my foil cardstock. Don't really want... Well, I could do that. So here's just a scrap to see what it would look like. So we've got the white. So that would be white on the edge, and then this would go above with this in the middle. Okay, that's it. I gotta do the red. That looks good. I actually didn't think it was going to look that good, but it does. I'm doing better. I'm actually using my good cardstock. So this is my... I've got a bunch of foil cardstock under my desk to make sure that I use it because it usually does not get used. And this is the time of year when it should get used, right? Okay. So I'm just going to send that on through. That is gonna look pretty awesome. Pretty awesome? Awesome pretty? Something like that. Okay, Janine, tell us a little bit more about what you said. You said something about a birthday wall. Oh, well, that is sweet. She says that she decorates the wall of the dining room for each birthday. That is sweet. Yeah, I couldn't even get my husband to get my Halloween decorations down to be able to decorate for that. And I could have done it myself, except with my allergies to dust, I don't think that would be that good of an idea. That is very pretty. But now I need some little poinsettias. So I'm grabbing out the poinsettia die and the little flower die and some of these little circles to add some red foil pop to this. And I think I'm probably going to go in with some green foil for the... Yeah, I'll go ahead and decide that. Executive decision, right? I'm gonna do some the red foil for all of the red pieces and green foil for all of the green pieces. That's gonna be pretty. And by the way, this is kind of the way that I craft even when I don't have you guys here. Because I never know for sure what I'm going to like or what I'm going to want until I start putting things together. So I think I've got room for both of those. Or not. Nope, I don't have room for both of them. Or do I? Oh, just enough room. If they do not shift, then I've got enough room for them. Awesome. That is super sweet, Miss Janine. That's awesome. That's going to be pretty. And I'm kind of laying them out to see, you know, how much more I need. Oh, and I missed, of course, I've got another poinsettia thing and another thing of flowers. So these are the small flowers that I've got here. But I think the small flowers look just fine. So I need one more of the small flowers, so I'm going to run the small flower one through one more time. And then 3, 6, 9, 12 of these. I've got 6, so I need 6 more of the little berry pieces. And let's put them over here so I can see them. And I think what I'm going to do is, yeah, I'm going to do one more of the small and one of the large of the poinsettias, so I've got both of those covered. And another couple of greenery. Oh, Pam says that her birthday gets lost in Christmas. That's not fair. I mean, I don't mind my birthday getting lost in Halloween. I've actually had Halloween parties on my birthday so many times. Mostly so I would have people coming over for a party. Because I'm not real big on, you know, pushing that it's my birthday. Melissa's birthday is on Christmas. Oh my goodness. Yes, you are absolutely right, Elizabeth. Little baby gems on the berries would be cool too. Well, you guys already know I love this die set. Okay, somebody just pinged me. Let me see what that was. Okay, give me just a second. I need to answer this Facebook message. Be just a second. Okay. So these are just so pretty, and I love the way that they're looking out of the foil. Okay, that's the big one, so that one goes over there, and then the little one goes there. Okay. And then my last two pieces of greenery. Melissa says that she stopped celebrating Christmas at 50 and said it was about me now. You can guess how that was working out. You never know. I think a big part of it is that people just don't think about, oh yeah, other people have birthdays then too. But my family was a small one. It was just me, my mom, and my sister when I was growing up. So we would celebrate each other's birthdays, but that was about it. And didn't really do, really didn't have any parties or anything like that. I think the first birthday party I ever put on or ever had for myself was when I was, I think it was my 16th, and I did it as a Halloween party. And I didn't do any others after that until after I got with Todd, because he was fine with doing a party for my birthday or for me hosting my own birthday party. That's the thing. I guess I grew up thinking that you're not supposed to do that. But that's okay. I just like to celebrate everything, which is probably one of the reasons that I got into making the cards. Okay, on the last one I did using this die, I tried to set it up kind of straight on there. I think this time I'm going to try doing it a little bit offset. And I think I'm going to put the little flowers on first and have the greenery kind of over the top. Except that clogged again. And I probably should have just glued all of these pieces down at the beginning, and I didn't. I had them glue some of them down. It'll give it a little bit of lift, but I don't really want too much. Hello, Miss Gloria. I did get your message, honey, and that is perfectly fine. I think it was just that I thought you were doing one, because you'd signed up, but that's okay. You weren't the only one that misunderstood stuff, so we are all good. Ooh, and I just had another thought. I kind of want to lose. I don't know if I can do that. I was thinking about doing like a little bit of a red edge, but since I'm going to be putting this onto a card base, but this is the same size as what the card base is going to be. I don't know. I was just started thinking I haven't used lunar paste in a couple of days and I'm having withdrawals. Does anybody else feel me for that one? Ooh, Pam says something about that she has rented a limo for her birthday before. That is awesome. I love, love, love the way this looks with the red foil. So the foil paper I'm using is some foil cardstock from Michaels, and I've gotten some before, and just because it's so pretty, it's just like so many of the other things. It's so pretty, you don't use it, and I've kind of decided I have to. So right now I've got almost every color that they've got. I mean, Michael's is fairly close, so it's no big deal. They do have some multi-packs, like multiple color packs that I'm not getting, because that means that those are some of the colors are ones that I probably won't use. Melissa says she does not have any lunar paste withdrawals because she doesn't have any lunar paste. And Elizabeth says she hasn't stopped using it long enough to have withdrawals. But you're going to get to see one of my uses of the lunar paste on Saturday on my birthday hop video. So that was basically the first time I used it. It's like, oh my god, this is so cool. Okay, this thing is clogged again, and I really want to use the fine tip. I'm sure it's just where it's probably this piece that makes everything clog. Okay, got enough. Awesome. Well, hello, Miss Sharon Luska. Welcome, hon. So today we are combining actually a couple of different die sets. First off, the ones that I'm actually playing with today is so super cool. These are the fluted frames that create this really nice etched edge on all of them. And I've got 5 different sets that I need to experiment with. And this card, I'm combining that set with the large die of the month, the Christmas strip border, the Christmas foliage strip border set. And I don't know if I like that. I tried putting it on pretty much intentionally crooked, and I don't like it. So I'm going to have to put it back on there straight. I think I'm just slightly OCD, and that's just enough to say that that does not look right. Okay, now it looks better. Okay, so Sharon said something that probably means she's talking to everyone, because she said, "Hey, crafty, brilliant lady," and we have a bunch of them in the chat right now. Loving this. Oh my goodness. I mean, it looks pretty enough with the red foil. The last one I did just regular red cardstock. I don't think I need all those extra gems, but I may still have to add them. Haven't decided yet. And I haven't decided what I'm going to do about a sentiment either, which is probably not a good idea, because if you want to do a sentiment, I probably should have stamped it before I started putting everything together. But who says that you have to have a sentiment on the front, right? You can always have your sentiment on the inside. I have recently done a couple of cards where that's what I did. I did not decorate, I did not put a sentiment on the front because I didn't want to take away from anything else that was on the front. So I just put it on the inside. Come on. Trying to line it up about on top of the white so that my OCD doesn't get the better of me. Okay. And I can't wait to see what Miss Elizabeth made for the hop this weekend. That is going to be so fun. At last count, I still need to update it and just double check, make sure everything is on there that needs to be on there. At last count, it was about 15 hoppers, 15 creators, and I believe it was like I think it was only 10 sponsors. I can say that, right? Only 10? But I am just tickled pink about all of that because, I mean, this is the first time I have tried putting one of these things together, and the response has been fantastic. Right now I'm just trying to get a little bit of an idea of where to cut this. Of course I don't have to cut it. Yeah, I think I'm going to just let it overhang. That would be cool. But I do want to cut off the excess that's going to go up and over. So about there. So I'm just using my fingernail to know where to cut it. Right, a white sentiment strip because the white would definitely tie in with the rest of the white on the card. I'm also thinking Catherine Pooler, Crimson, I forgot what the name of it is, but it's sitting in my drawer over here. But using the Catherine Pooler, that really, really rich red, because it's real close to the color that's on those poinsettias. Okay, that looks pretty cool. Oh no! Elizabeth's internet died. I think it's about time to call Spectrum. Okay, so this one, I'm gonna cut it right about there. And I'm just using my super big scissors because my other scissors are hiding in the drawer over here under my notebook. Under that binder with all of those Spellbinders things. Okay, so there we go with that. Now I can just add my red berries. And I do have to say it's easier to know which side is up when you're using the foil cardstock because the back is brown. I have this bad habit of picking up the pieces wrong side up and then not being able to, and then putting them back and putting them down there and they aren't kind of that pretty dome shape. Not that it matters all that much, but of course I notice it. And this die has got the little circles have got this little tiny little indentation on one side. There's the last one. So I'm trying to make sure to line it up with where the top of the berries are popping out. Gloria, that would probably be a good idea if we could get it. I can't get Xfinity, and I think Elizabeth is in the same boat. We're both kind of stuck with Spectrum, where it's the only thing that is available in our area. I expect, though, in my area that it's probably going to change before too long because there's just too much construction going on close by. Enough so, we've got basically one of the big highways. It's a toll road that they are expanding out further our way. I mean, we're already close to it, but they want to join it up with another one of the big toll roads. So we've considered, like a year ago, we started looking into places that were a little bit more away so that we don't have to deal with the noise. Because my husband is a speaker engineer, he is really concerned about noise. So depending on what kind of soundproofing they build into it, you know how some of them have got those humongous walls, those basically the sound barriers. If they do that with ours, then we're going to be fine, and it won't be so loud. Hopefully, it won't be so loud that we'll, want to move. But we may still move. So, got my little gems here, and I think I am going to put some on here too. And I especially want one in the center of each of these poinsettias, because they just look like they need something there, you know? So I think that those two die sets were pretty much a good match. I mean, I can't say for sure if I like this one better than my other one, but I do love them both. Like, here's the first one I did for that last, actually, I do need to trim that off of the edge. I was leaving this part, but they're getting all mangled. But this was one of the die, this was my card that I made for the large die of the month. And it works perfect on the Slimline too. These look awesome together. And I could do, I'm debating, guys, should I do white heat embossing on red cardstock as the sentiment, or red heat embossing on white cardstock as a sentiment? Could always do both. Janine said something about unlimited data. I think she was talking to Pam. And Pam, you're right. Do both and then compare. Because I can always use it on another one. Of course, I could also... See, this is the stamp set around the holidays. This is the stamp set. Clear stamp of the month this month. And it's got all those fun pieces too. But the reason I didn't use that on the other card that I made was that I didn't want to take away anything from that floral. The floral is just absolutely gorgeous. And I just realized that in my YouTube, I still was on Top Chat. So if you're still in Top Chat, be sure to switch it to Live Chat so you can see what is actually going on. If you haven't already hit the like button, go ahead and smash the like for me. And I would love for you guys that if you haven't already subscribed, please do so. So that if you guys like the daytime lives, I can start trying to do some of those. But you know what? If you don't like them and you don't subscribe, then if you don't subscribe, you won't necessarily know about them. And if you don't like them, I'm not going to do them. Okay. And I still have a few little extra pieces in the foil. And of course, I'm making such a mess over here, I am going to lose everything. I need to get those out of the way. Okay, so what I'm thinking of for the sentiment is using, this is the color. Cranberry Fizz is a perfect match to the reds in here. Melissa was in Top Chat too. So, thinking Cranberry Fizz because it matches so well. Love it, love it. But I can stamp onto some white cardstock and see how that one looks. And do I have scraps of white cardstock over here anywhere? Okay, there's my scraps. That is going to fall if I leave it up there. Okay. That's a good question, Sharon. Oh, Melissa, are you in Canada? Oh, you're in Alaska. Today's Veterans Day? In Alaska? I didn't think that Veterans Day was on a Thursday. I thought it was always on a Monday. But then again, I don't really know what day today is, so I may be completely wrong. Next, I need to figure out what sentiment do I want to use. I really do like this set. And this set. I like too many sets. But we also need to make sure that it fits. So I think it's going to be one of the ones from here, which Merry Christmas and Season's Greetings would both fit just fine there. And Happy Holidays. Or I could do it on this side. I think I'm going to go with Season's Greetings. Sharon, you are absolutely right, hon. I can't tell you how many. I don't know that I actually post it anywhere other than like on Facebook, but I say all the time, Happy Crafter Day. I figure every day is Crafter Day. I think it usually sounds better when you say it on a Saturday, though, but, you know, I think every day is Crafter Day. Okay, so... because basically my thought is that if I decide to do it white on the red, I'm going to use the Cranberry Fizz to color the paper. But as I said, I'm not 100% sure which way I'm going to go. But you guys always make me feel better when you say that you basically go through the same thing that I do when I'm trying to decide what I'm going to make. And I'm looking for and not finding my embossing buddy. See, that's the thing. I've got two of them. I've got the EK Success embossing tool, that little powder tool, and then I've got a little embossing bag from Ranger, and now I can't find either one. And the reason I have two of them is because I lost one and then needed it in order to be able to do embossing. Looks like I am not going to use it, but I'm using WOW embossing powder, so that should still be fine. Okay. Couple little taps. Oh, that's so pretty. I like that font. That looks really nice. And just doing a second one to make it a little bit darker. And then try to get it into the embossing powder before it has time to dry. Because somebody corrected me when I said on one of my past videos that this stuff was pigment ink, because it's not. It's dye ink that just doesn't dry as fast as most dye inks do. Which is why you can sometimes emboss over it. But if you let it sit too long, it's not going to let you emboss anything. It's going to basically just blow all the embossing powder all over your room. Of course, nobody but me has that problem. Well, I just realized that we've been on for an hour. I've just been playing. I mean, if you guys have got stuff that you got to do, you're more than welcome to leave, because this was very impromptu and I'm just here playing. Getting some projects done so I can get them posted and emails sent over to Miss Yana. She is such a sweetheart. Okay, where did I put it? Okay, so now I am looking for my, my baby wipes so I can clean that stamp before it has time to stain. Oh, really, Elizabeth? Well, I know another trick I've seen people do is they stamp first in the Catherine Pooler ink, and then they stamp over it with some embossing ink, and I've done that too, but I'd rather not, because it also... I don't clean my stamp well enough, and it winds up getting the embossing powder. I winds up getting my red ink in my embossing gun. I mean, in my I think. Okay, I need to trim that down to see how it's gonna look. And yes, I know I'm losing my words again. Part of that is because I'm trying to craft at the same time as talk. So one of these days I will get as good as okay, one of these days I will get good like Elizabeth on this. So I want to make sure that it's lined up, and that G makes it a little bit harder for me to line it up on my trimmer. So I'm lining up with this further up edge, and I'm probably not going to leave that much of a gap at the bottom, but at least it gives me a straight edge for the side so that I can decide. Yeah, I want it to be closer to the edge, I think. And just so I have more to... Well, that doesn't actually help me there. Ooh. So Crystal says that she just ordered the hexagon nesting dies from Spellbinders. Now you guys know I love my Spellbinders. Okay, that is crooked. I do not like crooked. Let's see if I can make this do straight. Looks like it's gonna work. It does trim a little bit off, but I don't know if that's enough. Okay, that looks like it's pretty straight. Okay. What do you guys think? So looking in the camera, looking in on the screen, it does look better than it looks like when I'm looking at it on my desk. Sometimes just the angle makes me think that does not look quite right. But looking at it in the screen shows me that it does actually look better than I thought. I'm going to use some foam tape for this. Hey! Did you see that? Someone stole my card! Yeah, my husband decided to play with the peanut gallery. I decided on that one, let's see, that was from Melissa. I decided I didn't want to take away from the prettiness here by using one of these. So I'm using a different one. I may change my mind and go back, but I think I'm going to do that. And I think I'm also going to put some red foil around it. I need a bigger piece than that. That scrap's not big enough. And... oh, that is actually just right. It'll have it so it has just that touch of red out on the outside. But I think this side will give me a little bit more. Yeah, that's going to be it. Awesome, Miss Melissa. Oh, by the way, guys, you guys know I have an affiliate link for Spellbinders down below. So if you could help me out, I really, really appreciate it. Of course, you're not required to use my affiliate links or anything like that, like I could actually force you. But it definitely helps me and my channel out. So that's down there. I also have several other affiliate links for other companies. I just tend to use, I think I use more Spellbinders than I do anything else, you know? And one of the new things that I've added down in the description is something called a kit. So if you see a link down there that says kit.co and then other information about me and the project that I'm working on, what that does is it takes you to a visual list that has affiliate links all in there, so you can see the stuff that I'm using and the links to all of those products. And I'm loving that. The biggest thing for me is that it saves me a ton of time when putting my posts and stuff together, which gives me more time for crafty playtime, right? Okay, so there's my sentiment, and then I'm going to add some scrapbook.com foam tape because it's a thinner strip than my Excuse me. Then my scotch. So now I just have to try to remember where. Yeah, Melissa, those are really cool too. And I have done another card using that one too. That was this card. That was just so fun. I mean, that one was a real quick and easy one too. I used some of the dies from this die set, but that is just too pretty too. Trying to decide where to put it. I think I want it right about in the middle of there. Okay, that looks pretty good. So all that I would need to do with this now is cut a card base, a 7 by 8.5, so that I can just fold it and have mount that on there. And I might go with the foam tape on that too, but I'm not sure. But that's basically one project done, so awesomeness. So now is a little bit of cleanup time and putting things back kind of where they belong so I can actually find the next thing I want to work on. And then I can work on another one of those fluted frames. That goes in there. So this is the die set that was the focus of today's first card. And if you guys want to hang out, I can still do some more. You guys want to hang out and me make some more cards? So just to show you kind of what the difference is, this is the first time that I made something using that die set, the Christmas foliage strips and borders, and that one's really pretty, but having the fluted frame kind of cranks it up a notch. So that, I think, I really love that outside border. That is just too pretty. I like that one. Hard part is deciding, am I going to mail these or am I going to give them to my mother-in-law so she can give out? Because she just let me know today that she wants a bunch of cards. And I'm going to be seeing her in about a week. Okay, Miss Janine says she is up for sticking around. Awesome, honey. Thank you much. Okay, so one of those can go away. I will put that away later. Let me clean up some of my card stocks and papers. I probably am going to stick with this until I run out of it. I think I'm probably going to stick with that one for most of what I'm doing today. Okay. So part of my stuff is out of the way and put away, which is good. Okay, and I want to make sure I'm not missing any of my dies because I'm already missing one of my dies from... Oh, bye-bye, Melissa. Thank you so much for... Pam says she's available until 5:30. Oh, my goodness. So I could stay on here for another, like, 3 hours, right? Anywho, I just lost my train of thought again. Melissa's heading out, so bye-bye, honey. That is a good idea. Melissa is going grocery shopping, so she doesn't have to do it over the weekend. Now, what I was saying is that I've already lost one of the dies with my add to cart selections that I've got. You know, I've got that party selection that's got the cute little banner. Well, there's a little die that cuts out the triangles, and I don't have that die anymore. I don't know what happened to it, but it disappeared. And this is not wanting to go into my sheet protector, so I don't lose stuff. Probably because I am hurrying. Okay, and I have stuff in my lap, which doesn't always want to work. So, Pam, what are you talking about that somebody already lost? Are you saying that I lost? Oh, yeah, I already lost a die. Absolutely. I may have to contact them and see if I can get it back, because I mean, there's a way around it. You can always cut out those little triangles and stuff from the banner itself, but I mean, I think it takes, I don't know, 10 times as long to cut out those little guys than it does to just, you know, cut them out of the little die that cuts the triangles. Okay. Almost cleaned up. So next one, I've got 3 of these guys left. So I've got the square. I never make square cards. So I've got the square, I've got the A2, and then I've got the ovals. So I'm going to start with easiest and go forward. So I'm going to start with the A2 size. And instead of going with the largest, I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to work on a panel that's going to be smaller. You know, on a lot of my cards, what I wind up doing is about 3 3/4 by 4. I think that's the size. That's usually about the size that I do a lot of my main panels, and then I put them so there's that nice wide white border around the edge. And I'm trying to make sure I keep I don't want to lose anything, but I also don't want to keep holding on to everything. I have to find a place to put it that it's not going to get lost. Okay, and I think for this one, I'm going to try this. I don't know how well we're going to be able to see it. I think I'm going to try it on this paper too. Or could do it on this paper. And since it's going to be going on an A2 card base, let me get a piece of white cardstock out. So if I do that, we basically have that kind of an edge. Or, I love this stuff. That one, it's going to be that. And this one is going to be, that's too small to scrap. And these are so thin, I think I almost put them away somewhere and forgot where it was. So Crystal's asking something about her Scan and Cut. The Scan and Cut software, if that's what you're talking about, that's the Canvas workspace. I've got that, I think you can actually download that off of the Brother website and put it on whatever software you want to do. I mean, I've got it on, I'm pretty sure I've got that on my laptop and on my PC. Usually I just use it on my PC. My laptop lives by the couch. But if I'm not mistaken, there's even I think there's an app where you could use it on your phone, but I have never tried that one. So I would say go to the, oh, I know how I do it. On my Scan and Cut, I always use the web app. I very rarely use the software. There is a software version that you can download to your computer, so you don't have to be online, but I very rarely use that. So yes, it should definitely work on your laptop, on your Chromebook. And if you guys have had any experience that's different than that, please let me know. But I always go to the website. is that what that reason is? I did not know that, Sharon. Thank you. You probably better than I do. And I love that edge. That just... If I've tilted in the light, you can see that. I love, love, love that edge. I think I might like this more than stitched. I mean, I've done some with stitched edging, but I haven't done a lot. I think that might be part of the reason why. Let me see. What else do we have in that set? Because now I'm thinking I want to do something bigger around it. So I've got another, I think that's the reason for this. I've got another outside frame, which is actually the inside frame for that, and I'm pretty sure this is going to be enough. Yeah, what this does is that way I can cut another piece of cardstock that's going to give me just that little edge of color right around. I think I'm going to do that in the red foil. So we're going to have red foil around these lovely poinsettias. Told you I'm trying to use my foil. I've also got my regular foil, the stuff that goes through my laminator is under my desk too, so I use it more often. Because if it's in the back room, I will not use it. Well, when it comes to manipulating images, I really don't do that much when it comes to using it on Canvas Workspace. If I'm wanting to do any kind of image manipulation, I usually use Inkscape. So that's going to be so pretty. And then, if I wanted to make it just simple, I could just do another one of the frames and do a sentiment on that. I think I might do that. I've also got another idea. So I could use this and this, so it's got that on there again. But I wonder... I could cut out some more of the little flowers, but I don't know if I want to do that. I'm still debating. I think that's what I'm going to do. So this is from the A Little Bird Told Me stamp set. And I've decided that I am going to stamp out one of the little birds and put that ribbon circle around it. And have that in the center of my card. Of course, I need to make sure all of these are in the right order and where they're supposed to be, otherwise I'm going to lose some stuff. I already have 2 dies that are not in there because I just used them. And where did I put them? Because that's the one that I just used to cut this piece out. There we go. These are not actually storage pouches, but what I decided to do, because I've got so many Spellbinders dies and they are large and I'm using them for all of my projects I'm doing for Spellbinders. These are just sheet protectors, and I'm holding everything in a big binder. And I started off trying to do this with just using a couple of pieces of some of my old ones. This doesn't have any of them in there. So I did have some where I was keeping them in the regular pouches that most of us use. And then I took them out and put them in here and tried to pack everything I could on a page like I did normally with my dies. But then it got too hard to actually pick up the binder. So now I'm trying to keep them kind of spaced out so I can see everything. And they're in this binder. Right now I've got 2 Spellbinders dies binders that are mostly fall. This was so fun. And 2 that are mostly full of my glimmer plates. And then I just got these from Whimsy Stamps that I haven't used yet. And I still have to... That's what I need to do on this card. I don't need to do the bird. I need to do the elf. What was I thinking? Of course I could do that on another one. I'll do it on another one. I'll do the bird on this one, and then I'll do the little dancing elf on another one. Or dancing gnome, because that is just too cute. But yeah, I decided to, excuse me. I decided to start putting them in binders just so that it's easier for me to find everything. I can flip through these in just a couple of minutes, where it may take me like 30 minutes going through all of my... So you're doing that with your stencils too. Yeah, I keep most of the stuff that I want to play with under my desk. These binders don't look as nice, but these are like heavyweights. Yeah, I think they're just heavyweight sheet protectors that I got from Amazon like a couple of years ago and haven't really used them. So I'm doing that with my stencils. I've got 2 smaller notebooks, and what I need to do is get some more of these bigger ones. I bought these at Target, and they're like around $4.50, I think, a piece. But that's a lot less expensive than what I've been able to find so far at on Amazon. So if you guys know where I can get decent weight, not lightweight, not super heavyweight, but durable weight binders, and I'm using the 2-inch binders so that they're not too big and not too small. Okay, so I've got my birdie. And what other Christmas ones do I have? Because this one's got a... Here, I could use that one. It's got a sentiment that says, flying by to say. So I think I'm going to use that on here too, and then I can use this one from the Sunday Drive set, because there is a Merry Christmas in there. Actually, I could use the Season's Greetings that I didn't put away. Okay. So what I'm going to do on this one, and let's see, I want to make sure I've got everything positioned right where I want it, because otherwise it's not gonna, I can't do what I'm thinking of doing. Okay, position it all the way in the bottom, line it up there, and then add a piece of tape so that I know it's in the right spot. And this is based on suggestions from you guys. I'm actually going to try multiple things at once. So I want this to be able to fit. So as long as my bird is right around there, that's good. Because this just draws a thin little line. So I can position it over my bird once I get the bird done. So I am going to use my VersaFine Clair and attempt to be able to re-stamp it when I get done coloring. And that's a just in case, because I don't know if I'm going to need to. And since this always smears for me, if I touch it too soon, I have to be careful on this. I've already warped the sticky grid that I'm using. This is actually a Nakappa, whatever. I got it off of Amazon. Oh my god! Elizabeth's going to reorganize her craft space. I'm picking on you, honey. You've got everything pretty well organized. You just have more stuff than I do. And it's easy access. The way you've got everything set up, you can get to it all. So, hope that's, yeah, that's good. And since we're using so much green and red in this one, I'm going to go with some reds from Birdie. And I'm going to try, I think, to do a yellow belly, which I haven't done before. I'm going to use a really, really, really light yellow. And I think it was, lol again, I think it was Elizabeth that said, why don't I just leave my sticky grid in the platform and color, and then I know that everything is set up exactly right. So I'm going to give that one a try. This is, it's sticky, and I'm probably going to mess up something, but I'm going to give it a try anyway. And this ink, of course, I should have used the other ink. It's already smearing some. Okay, I can't do it with the VersaFine Clear unless I emboss it. So I'm going to grab another piece of cardstock. And the paper I'm using, it's what I've been using for a couple of years. This is just Recollections. And the reason I'm using it is I'm on my last pack of the lightweight Recollections cardstock, which means I'll be able to go, once this one's empty, I will be able to use just either the Nina, because I've got a pack of that, or I can use the Accent Opaque, I've got a pack of that. Okay, here we go again. And this time, because I love how dark this is, and I don't want to have to spend like the next 10 minutes trying to stamp with one of my other stamp pads, I'm going to heat emboss this one. Then I can color it without worrying about smearing, and I really haven't had any trouble with my nibs that I know of. Oh yeah, I understand. You do need to make a pile of the purge like I do. I'm starting to go through some of my stamps and stuff. Sharon, that is too funny. Sharon said that her stuff looks like a crazy person is crafting there. Well, I know I'm a crazy person, so can I come craft in your craft room? Except you are in you said that you're in Canada and it's cold up there. I don't really do well with cold. Yeah, my paper's been acting a little bit funny the last week or so. It's been cool enough that we haven't had to have the AC on as much, which means that I don't have as much. The house is a little bit more humid because our AC acts as a dehumidifier. But my paper is starting to feel weird because it's a little bit humid, so it doesn't feel quite as crisp as I like, but that's okay. Okay, second try with the yellow, and I'm going to make sure I got all the black off of the tip. Looks like it should be okay. And now I can color over this without having to worry about smudging everything. Although why the color's off, I don't know. It looks like it's a little off to me. I think I'm going to color that little flower on his wing, though, yellow. And his little beak. I'm in Central Florida, Sharon. I'm a little north of Orlando, like between Orlando and Daytona. Okay, so you're in South Carolina? For some reason, I thought you were telling somebody that you were in Canada. And I've realized recently that I haven't been doing as much coloring as I was, and probably one of the reasons is that coloring does tend to take a bit longer to get your projects finished. But I've also been watching some people that do amazing things with their coloring, so I'm trying to be brave and use the scary darks more often when I'm coloring stuff. That definitely does help to get a better contrast. I mean, when I edit my photos to post them, adding a little bit of contrast definitely makes them look, so basically makes them pop. So it does the same thing. Oh, you're in Myrtle Beach half the time. Awesome. Yeah, I think that is a little bit warmer than Canada, honey. Oh, and that looks better too. I just softened up the blend a little bit with that yellow. It looks like it is starting to bleach it out a little bit, but that's not going to be a problem. I can add in a little bit more of that light red, and that should help too. It's like I said, I've never done the whole yellow breast thing. And this little bird is this little red bird is a lot happier looking and friendlier looking than the one I did at Halloween with him. Although they were both red, the other one was a little bit more creepy. At least this is a pretty easy and small image, so it won't be taking up too much of you guys' time. Let's see, I'm going to go in. Don't want to go quite as dark as the DR5, but I'll use the DR4, and that'll still give me enough to do. I think. Yeah. Give a little bit of shape to his wing. Okay, so there is my little bird all done. And I'm trying to be careful not to put the wrong lids on because I have a bad habit of putting the wrong lids on. And this is one of the things I don't like about my Spectrum Noirs is that sometimes the ends just pop off. Well, thank you so much, Sharon, for coming and hanging out, honey. I really appreciate that. You're such a sweetheart. Have a good lunch. Oh, I'm sorry. You said you had to go get dog food. Never mind. Have fun shopping. Okay, so now I need to stamp the little, the other piece, that ribbon there. And since I embossed this, this looks good. I don't have to restamp it again. And I have some baby wipes around here somewhere. So that I can clean off my stamp. Of course, I can't find it. Elizabeth, you need to stop stealing things off of my desk while I'm crafting, hon. Or maybe that was Todd.
No.
Bye-bye, Miss Sharon. Oh, found them. And I think these things have a little bit too much soap in them. Okay. So now I'm going to put my little birdie, my little colored birdie back in. And position the little ring so he is standing on it. And that looks like it's about straight. And this is upside down. Let me put it back to clear. Okay. Oh, that looks about perfect. Okay, so Elizabeth is going to try that ink stamping trick. Yeah, I can show you my heat embossing, my embossing ink pad, because I did do that with some of the red, because I love the Catherine Pooler ink. But you can see now, it's my pad is, yeah, it's pink in the middle. So that means I would either need to somehow clean it or just be very careful and not do any, well, I guess when it comes to embossing with that, it really doesn't matter the color so much. Depends on what kind of embossing powder you're putting on over it. I tend to use clear almost all the time. I mean, most of my embossing is using black ink with with clear embossing powder. Okay, so what I'm thinking I may do next on here is take out one of those oval dies. If I can remember where the heck I put them. Okay, that was because I was talking to Sharon and I went ahead and put them away and they weren't supposed to go away yet. Okay, so here's the ovals. So I think what I'm going to see is if I've got an oval, which I'm pretty sure I do, that'll fit well around my my bird. And get these guys back out. So I kind of want the smaller one if I can do it. Yeah, Janine, absolutely. I did get my I did get my husband to pick me up some baby wipes to go, you know, last time that he went to Costco. So I could do that. There's also a smaller one. Okay, this guy is going to be too small. I don't want to do that. But I could use the smaller of these. And then just to make sure, and that would fit right perfect in the middle of my card. And then I can decide, well, let's see. If I do that, the Season's Greetings is not going to fit. I'd have to do it as a separate sentiment. If I do that, I could stamp the two pieces separate, the two words separate. That's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to mask that that stamp off when I put it down. Okay. Well, that would probably be cool, Elizabeth. She just said that she loves the clear wow embossing powder that Pam sent her, and she wants to make a small batch with mica to see how it turns out. Well, one of the things that I love about the wow is that it is kind of anti-static. However, it's only anti-static if you leave it in its original container. So if you take it out of the container to mix it with something else, I mean, maybe it would still work if it was in one of the wow mixing jars, because they do have those too, and I think there's something about the jar themselves that makes it so that they don't does that look straight? That's close enough. But there's something I think about the jars themselves that makes them anti-static. But most of the time, if you take them out of the jar, they're going to go and turn into just like regular embossing powder where it sticks to everything, and you have to remember to use your anti-static tool. Okay. So that looks pretty good. And let me look. Did I have another one that was larger? Yes, I think I did. Or was that the smaller one? So I was thinking, well, that's where I can use my lunar paste. I can just basically just run the edge with some lunar paste and let that dry, and then I'll have that little red edge around the outside, and that will look nice. Okay. And I'm trying to make sure that my dies stay where they're supposed to be so I don't lose anything. Because I'm playing with a lot of dies today. Okay, so for this part, I think I am going to stamp it with the Catherine Pooler. And I need me some tape. And I want to do... Well, I am pretty sure I am going to screw this up. Don't think there's any ink on this one anymore. I am so afraid that I am going to wind up stamping ink where I don't want it. And that's not really where I want it either. So I'm putting a piece of plastic down so I can get this position where I want it. So I'm going to do Seasons. And then I'm going to put Greetings underneath it. And because I'm not 100% sure how clean this stamp is, I'm going to put tape on it twice. First, I'm going to do it so I can put the ink on the rest of the stamp that I want to go down. And then I'm going to replace it with another piece of tape just to be on the safe side. So I think you guys know what I'm talking about. So I've got ink on here, and I'm just inking it up with inking up the seasons. And now I'm going to put another piece of tape over it so that when I stamp it down, anything that might still be on the word seasons won't transfer. And if I'm lucky, I'll only have to stamp it the once. That looks awesome. And then I'm going to do the same thing with the other piece. So, where did I put my clear plastic? And then I can put the word greetings. Okay, that looks like it's about straight. And then I'm going to tape off the word seasons. And then add some Catherine Pooler. And this time I did get more on the tape than I did last time. Okay, that looks pretty good. Take off the tape because I don't trust myself to actually be able to wipe that off. Oh yeah, I have the you guys are talking about the ultra thick embossing powder. I've got some of that. I used it recently too, and I'm trying to remember what I used it on. That turned out perfect. I love it when I surprise myself. Yay! Okay, so we've got our little birdie. So now I just need to assemble the card pretty much. Do I have any of the heavyweight card stuff right here? That's lightweight, lightweight, lightweight. Oh, that's lightweight. So now I need to grab me a couple of card pieces. I'll be right back. If I'm right, I already had it over here, and I brought it over here on purpose because I knew I was going to be making some cards. So the heavyweight I believe that I'm using is Accent Opaque. This card is going to be an A2, so I'll just cut this down to 5.5. Okay, and I do want to go ahead and put that other one together, so let me grab that. So, like I said, it's all the way to the edge. So I know what I'll do. I will score it first for this one so I can make sure that I cut it right. Because this guy only cuts up to about 6 inches, and you're kind of iffy on the last half inch or so. So 3.5. And then, of course, I didn't see what I was doing, so I scored it wrong. 3.5. Bring it down a little bit, and then finish it down the edge. Okay. It's gonna be so pretty. Awesome. Okay. And then this one I'm going to just go at 4 1/4. Okay, Jenny, we're going to have to take out the ultra thick and do something with it soon. I mean, I even had it sitting on my desk for a little bit because I was using it for something. And now, off the top of my head, I can't remember what it was that I made with it. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and assemble this guy. And I'm going to pop it up just because I can. Which reminds me, I'm going to have to order some more Scotch foam. I mean, you can tell, I just opened this one, but I'm using it on most of my hair keeps getting caught in the foam tape. But I am using it quite a bit, and with the holidays, at the holidays, I always use more foam tape than any other time, you know? Probably because I make more cards that time than any other time. Crystal, you're going to have to show us a picture of that over in the group. Because I usually don't use the ultra thick on cardstock like that just because it is so thick. The first time that I saw it used, and the reason I bought it, was that Lindsay the Frugal Crafter, she basically made some leaf earrings out of it. And she did that using some, just using cardstock. She colored these things up, she die cut them out, and then she went over all of it with that ultra fine and the ultra thick embossing powder, and it gave them this really nice thick glossy almost like resin look, and I thought, oh my god, that would be so cool. And that's kind of how it goes through my head. I think of things as, oh my god, it would be so cool, and then I don't ever get around to using it. Just like I've got Shrinky Dinks in my cabinet, and I've used them once. And I've got like 4 packs. Ooh, now that is a cool idea. So what kind of, you said that you had a melting pot with it? I would love to see your setup for that, Miss Gloria. Okay, I'm going to put it down this way. Make sure it opens the right way. Yeah. Okay, so that card is done. And now I've got this second one. I need to start adhering everything together. I think I might have one of the things that I use, that one of the things I made with Shrinky Dinks, I think is actually still sitting on my desk. Do I have it up here? Oh, yes I do. So this is like a planner charm. Now the bad part is that the word that's on there is backwards. But the original image was like this big. So I stamped it and then used the Shrinky Dink thing and stamped it onto the Shrinky Dink paper and then melted it, basically heated it up. I think it probably needs more heating. And it looked like this when I finished it, so then it's a little bit warped, which means I probably didn't heat it enough. But that worked out pretty good. And what I was actually doing with that one was, it was one of the tailor-made cards for you ones, and it's where I printed onto some with my, I think it was with my inkjet printer, because you can't really run it through your laser jet, because what will happen if you run it through your laser jet? It will melt, because it's heat reactive. Okay, I am going to try this and we will see how this works. There's my glue topper. But I also need to have something right here so I can move it out of the way. I want to put a little bit of the lunar paste around the edges of my little birdie. So I am just going to use a craft sponge, because I don't need a lot. I want to just kind of like you would do if you were using embossing powder. And I'm trying to be gentle because I don't want to put too much on. I just need a little bit of an accent there. And of course the lid doesn't have nearly enough in it. And I'm making a mess. Okay, that's got more on there. And I also don't want to get it anywhere else other than around the edge of my little bird circle. And I know it's making a little bit of a mess, but that's okay. Of course, the further I turn it, the more I think I'm going to put my hands in this stuff. I don't really want to. Okay, let's see how that works. Actually, it smears on, paints on pretty well, which means I didn't need to dab it. Experimentation is good, right, Elizabeth? And I am just spreading it a little bit further around so it doesn't look like I dabbed it. Instead, I get a little bit more color. And Elizabeth says 100%. And I think this color is going to go real well with that red foil that I've already got over there. So I'm going to just set this aside for a little bit. And it's not going to take hardly any time at all, because it's super awesome. And I don't know if I'm going to want to use this thing again, but I mean, this brush has been used enough times, it's about ready to go in the trash. And I've got about 100 of them. Like back when I was doing paper mache, which has been probably at least 3 years, I got a ton of little craft paintbrushes specifically for that. Okay, and now I can put this on here and see how it gives me that nice white border? Just have to decide which direction do I want to go. And I think I'm going to I haven't decided if I'm going to pop up the bird or not, but I could always pop up both of them, and that'll still look good. Now the little bit that I got on my hand was pretty much dry already, so that's probably about ready to go down on my paper, but I don't really want to take the chance of smudging it all over the place, so I'm going to give it a little bit longer. Sandy says she's loving that paper. Well, yeah, I am so bad about not using my pattern papers. I mean, it's either when I go into one of my packs, it's either I see stuff that I don't think will work for cards because the images are so big, or it's one of those big ones that have got the sentiment and everything like really big front and center, because it's basically to take over an entire scrapbook page, which I don't do scrapbooking. Or they're ugly and I don't like them, or they're too pretty to use. So I am trying to start, and of course it's not centered. Dang it. It's just a little too far down, and okay, there we go. Hopefully I didn't mangle it too much, because the foil paper is some that's, you can scratch it, you can dent it, all of that good stuff, which is good if you want it to look like that, but if you want it to look fresh and clean, you gotta be more careful. And of course I wasn't looking how close to the edge I was getting on this side. Okay, so that is more centered with my nice wide border. Okay, so while that other one is finishing up drying, I can clean up some of this and decide what I'm going to do next, which I think is going to be that little dancing gnome, which is supposed to be similar to that dancing Santa that I did in the fireplace, but I haven't used it yet. This is the first time I'm using it. So I think I want to do this guy. I could either do that or I could do the trees. I've done one other card with the trees, and that's cool. And of course we're going to be using the ovals, I think, this time. I could either use the ovals or I could use the square, because I still need to use the square on something. Yeah, my husband keeps going inside and outside, and it's like, make up your mind. You're like a cat. Excuse me. Yeah, this is some pretty paper. So this one I did the fluted frame on the white, and then this one I did the fluted frame on the pattern, and I'm not sure which one I like better. I think I like them both. Well, I could do both. I could do a fluted frame and then a smaller fluted frame, if I can get the things to come off. That's the reason I bought this. This is basically just from Dollar Tree. It's a magnetic, basically a magnet on a stick. So let me see. So I don't think I want the biggest one. Let's see if I can plan this out. So on white cardstock, now let me just double check the size on this. These are, this one is right under 5 inches, so about 4.5 long and 3.5 wide, so that would work. So I can do that on white. Oh yeah, I remember what I was going to do. I was going to do that on this piece. I was going to do that on the pattern, and then do the smaller one on the white. Would help if I had the right size. And then I could pop up my little gnome on top of the white. So this would basically be nested on top of that, and then it would go on to regular A2 size card base. So that would look kind of cool, I think. Start with this one. And it looks like I've got those about in the right spot. I'm looking back at the chat. Janine says, heard the cat. And Elizabeth says, my, you have a loud cat. Yeah, you guys know that was Todd. Oh, I really like it on the oval. Look at that. That is cool. So I did that one. Now I need to do the smaller one. And do I have enough room on? Yes, I have enough room on this piece, so that's good. And Gloria said, yes, Elizabeth, she has. His name is Todd. And of course I dropped this piece. I do not set the stuff that you have to dry on top of your Gemini Junior and then use it, because it makes things fall off. Okay, so that is pretty good too. So then that can go in the center there. And this also means that my little gnome is going to have to be wearing red and green, which he was going to be wearing red and green anyway. And yes, I'm trying to be very good and put all this stuff away. You guys see, this is a ton of dies in these sets. Super awesome. I'm kind of wanting to make a shaker because all of these make windows too, so I may have to do a shaker for the last one. So I think I only have one left, right? Pretty sure I just have the square one to go. So you guys tell me, do you think I should make a shaker next? This is not wanting to go in there. Again, it's where I'm being very careful because I don't want any of the dice to fall out. I think it was easier to put them in there the first time around. There we go. Okay, so got my little gnomey guy. And this is one of the ones that I did not get from Spellbinders, where they didn't just send it to me. It's one that I said, oh my god, I have to have that because it's so cute. So yeah, working with them on their stuff makes me want to buy more stuff. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And I'm really liking the foil. So well, first let me do some out of some white. Where was I thought I had another scrap of white. So this piece is, he's got a little hat. So he's got a hat, and then I can do another color on the inside. And then he's got his little mustache and his beard. And then this one is basically his legs, and then I've got another piece that does all of the colored parts of his stockings. And then think what I'm going to do with the rest of these. Let's see. His arms I'm going to want to do out of red. I think I want this one out of green. Undecided about those, which means this is actually his nose and his socks and and his shoes and his gloves. So that one I think I'm going to cut out of white. The same thing with this out of white, because then I can layer up the color on top. And there's also, in that set, there's also a little tree. So I think I'm going to go ahead, I'm going to cut out the stump and just color that separate. Maybe I'll just go over it with some Distress ink. I can't believe that you guys heard Todd. It's so funny. And then, of course, he cracked up as soon as I said that you guys said something. Okay. And this does have some little pieces in there too, and I don't really want to lose them, so. One of the downsides to cutting onto this mat is that the dies like to stick to it. But that just means that they are doing a good job, I think. I love my magic mat. Since the... Oh, you want to see the bell? I did do one video on that. That one's super easy to do too, though. So this bell, the way that this one works, this one is one of the dimensional doilies. And so you've got basically 3 dies all attached. There's also this little inlay piece that you can choose not to have it on there, like if you wanted to have a different color for the background of it. Instead of just having it look lacy, you could take that out and just cut out the one piece. So this is just a quick and easy thing, so I'll go ahead and show you how that one works. And now it was a little bit tougher when I first did it, because I didn't understand how it worked. But after you've done it once, it's like, oh my god. Like, what I'm going to do with this one is I'm just going to make an ornament. But this is not heavyweight cardstock, so it's not going to be a very good ornament. So now I've got my 3 little guys here. And I have to get all the pieces out of it. And since this is a quick demo, I'm not going to worry too much, because I can always take it apart and put it back together after I get all the bits out. Okay, so what you're going to notice is that it's the bell, but it's also got these 2 slits, one on each side. And then it's got these little score lines down the middle. So the easiest way to take care of that, where did I put it? Just using, this is, for me, it's a bookmark, but this is a door key from some hotel I was at some point, like this one. Oh, actually, this one was from a cruise from 2014, so I've had it for a while. So I'm going to just line it up with that first edge and then fold it up. And then go on the back and basically do the same thing on that other score edge. So what you've got is basically a mountain and valley fold. I need to do that one again. I didn't go all the way to the edge. Okay, so folding it there and folding it there. Do the same thing on both sides. So you want the outside to go down. Okay. Yeah, and as soon as when I first got this one, that's the first thing that I did is I made an ornament. I've got a little paper ornament on a little a little tree with some little lights on it. It's just this little, like, what, 2-foot thing that I got at Dollar Tree a year ago. So that's how you fold those. So you basically fold all 3 of them the same way. And then we're going to slide them all together. And this die, I think, is one of the ones that I got back in July. So to see more about what I did with it and how to make a card with it and all, you can check out that video also. So I've got that. And you don't have to use the card. I mean, right now I'm using my nail just to kind of mark where it needs to be. On the long one, it's a little harder to do it that way, so that's one reason why I use the card. But you can still do that. And doing this is giving my little birdie piece a little bit more time to dry. So once you've got those pieces, what you do is you take one of the slits there with the bottom slit, and you basically just slide them together. And on one of the cards that I did, I think I did it with it was either 3 or 4, and then I put it on in front of some of the pretty pattern paper, and it just looked gorgeous. But what I discovered is if you assemble all 3 together, you've got enough room right there to make a little triangle, and then you could basically make it into a little ornament. I think it would probably work better with heavier cardstock, just because you want it to actually stay together. But it works good. So it looks like Janine was working on a shaker. Awesome. Yeah, and since this is so intricate, sometimes the pieces don't want to come apart like they should, which probably means I should remember that I should use a metal adapter for this, or a metal shim. Okay, only way I can do it is if I'm looking at the line, otherwise I can't get it straight. So yeah, this is probably one of those things, as long as you've got good lighting so you can see the little lines. This would be good to just cut out a bunch and sit in front of the TV and fold and assemble. I think that's what I did with the first batch, to be honest. I think I cut a bunch of them out and then decided, okay, I'm going to go and do this after I finish eating, because we tend to eat dinner sitting on the couch. So as soon as I was done eating, I got to start putting a couple of things together. So I'll do the same thing on this side. So we've got the slit down here at the bottom on this one and at the top on that one. So I just put them in there. If I can see what the heck I'm doing. Okay, put them in there and just slide them up. And sometimes I position them wrong, so I can't get them to slide, but it eventually makes it. There we go. Okay, and then to make it into a little ornament, basically pull it around and slide it up the other one. I know I've done it, come on. Actually, I think I've got some metal ornaments that are done, basically assembled in this pretty much the same fashion. Did I not fold that one? It looks like I didn't fold that one right, which might be one reason why it's not wanting to work right. Okay, there we go. So to make it act like an ornament, you'd basically thread something through the top little holes. And this one kind of looks a little bit mangled. I probably didn't do a good job on it, but oh well. Okay, there we go. My little bell. But the main thing that it's used for is to create that doily shape. And for me, it took 10 of the little bells to do that. Okay, now back to my little gnome. So what I think I'm going to do for him is I want the stripes to be in red. And his little arms to be in red. And his little stripes on his stockings to be in red. Okay. And then, I think the only other piece I've got is that one. I want that to be in green. Of course, I think what I'm also going to do... So the little pieces that have got his gloves and his shoes, it all comes basically in one. And one of the pieces is for his nose. So his nose can't be green. But I can cut this all out of some green cardstock so I can have his shoes be green. And what did I have left? Oh, I have this guy, so I need another piece of green. And I don't think I've got a scrap, so let me see what I've got in my bin here. Just needs to take out another piece of cardstock. And watch, I'll find out after I've cleaned up everything that I have some more left over. Okay, so we're going to make his little body or shirt is going to be green. Okay. So I do need to color a few little pieces, and I want to make sure what I'm coloring. So we've got his mustache and beard that I can go over with a little bit of gray. I think I'll use my IGs. And because I've been playing a little bit more with coloring lately, more so than I have been, what I'm learning how to do now is with these guys how to actually do the flick. It's like, try not to touch your paper, like just barely touch it and you can get a little bit of a flick. Which makes it look a lot better. And you guys can't see that because I can barely see it. So now I'm coming back in. This one is the IG3, which is a little bit darker. So the wispy lines are the ones that I'm barely touching the tip with. The ones that I'm touching regular are the ones that are a bit thicker. Okay, and then we've got the mustache. Let me see if I've got enough of that covered. Don't really have a lot coming down from the top, so I think I need more coming down from the top to come underneath his little mustache. I'm coming back with the darker shade. Probably more than I needed, but actually that's actually pretty close. It's like it gives a little bit of a shadow underneath his mustache, which is nice. Okay. So that looks okay. I think that's probably too dark though, so I'm going to go back over it with some of the lighter color. Maybe that'll mute it a little bit. And I'm going to also look to see how this one looks. So his nose covers up part of it, which is good. And that's when I'm going to need my FS colors. And I never know for sure which ones work with which because they are not in any kind of shade order. It's like there's pinks mixed in and it's just always odd to me. Like this one is FS3 and it's kind of a pinkish. And then this FS5 is actually lighter and more of a yellowish tone. So I'm going to start off with coloring with the yellowish tone. Kind of a peachish. And then go in with a little bit of the pink on the side that I think is going to be the bottom. Might help if I grab the right marker. I just grabbed one of my grays. Okay. So now it's got a little bit of pink and it did kind of take care of some of the gray, which is good, and then blend it out. And now I'll start gluing some of these little guys together. Okay, I guess that means Pam's on her way out. She says that's enough. And I think I'm going to go back over it again. Do a little bit more pink at the bottom. And then back in with the... Oh! You said that's enough time in your craft space. Oh, okay. I thought you were deserting me. Which you are totally allowed to do. I am just giving you a hard time. Okay, so I have to go back and look at this guy to see how it actually works. And it looks like, I think the little hat goes behind him. So let me adhere him, well, actually, let me adhere his red pieces onto him. Hopefully I have not lost any of them. Oh, there's the other little pieces. Can barely see those guys there. So I'm going to add my glue right here on the piece that has got them all together where I have not cut them, where I've cut them out but they haven't released yet. And see if I can get them lined up pretty well on my little gnome hat. Which is probably not going to happen, but you know. Okay, let's see how that worked. Okay, that's not too bad. It's actually kind of the opposite of what they did in this one. They did the outline in red and the stripes in white. I'm doing the opposite. Okay, so I've still got these other couple pieces. So what I'm going to do is just line this guy back up on there now that I know that it's kind of sort of in the right spot. Fit it into the negative there. Come on, line up. Okay, if you guys heard another cat, that time it was my actual cat. It was my actual cat. She just decided to fuss because she's not getting scritched. And I don't want to do more than 2 at a time because if I do, then they're not going to go where they need to go, and I know it. So there's that one, and I don't really think that there's enough glue down. Okay, that's better. Okay, and then this one has to turn over. So it can go in place. And these are still in the right spot. So I can go ahead and put a little bit of glue in. For 2 of them anyway. The last one is almost too tiny for me to do anything with. Okay. Oh, that's too bad, Miss Pam. Well, I have to admit, you guys are giving me some of my creative mojo just by hanging out. So I want to say thank you. Because I just lost one of them. Come on. The little guy decided not to go where I wanted it to go. Come on, go back in there. Okay. That's better. So now I've still got... Oh, there's one more on here that didn't go through. You try getting that one down. Okay. It's about in the right spot. It's close enough. Close enough for government work, right? And I'm going to say that that's good enough for his little hat. That's going to be too cute. Okay, so there's that. And as I mentioned, I am still looking to see how this guy goes together. So I think his little green outfit is the next piece I need to put on. And his beard basically comes down to about the bottom of it. So, put some glue on the back of his beard. And then I can put his little arms on. And of course, I just read back through what you said and let it go percolate in my brain again, honey, and looks like my brain just got it. You're talking about all the house stuff from trying to buy a house that is not necessarily going the way you want it to go. Which, believe me, I get it. The last time I purchased a house, it was 2003, I think? Yeah. And I had a specific thing in mind. I wasn't worried about a place that I was going to live in. I was looking for a place that eventually, it was shortly after my husband passed away, and I was looking for a place that eventually I would find the right guy, I would get married, I'd move in with him, and we'd rent out my house. And believe it or not, that's exactly what wound up happening. I looked at a lot of places. I had a dollar amount in mind. I had different criteria for making sure that it was rentable. And I think it took about like 6 months. I think it was about 6 months for me to find the right place. And I currently have it rented out. The downside on renting out, the upside on renting out a place like that is that the rent basically pays for it. You know, it takes care of the mortgage for you because it's, you know, somebody else is making that payment for you. The downside is you still have to do all the maintenance and stuff. You still have to pay for all that stuff. So I just had to, in Florida, apparently the insurance folks in Florida are being a bit of a pain right now. Because what they decided to do was they are, there's been a lot of non-renewals this year. And that's a term that I learned from my insurance person. Because they were not going to renew my insurance because my roof was too old. So I had to get a lot of repairs done this year. And where are my legs? I know I did legs. And I did those guys too. I am missing things. Why am I missing things? Anyway, I had to do a lot of repairs this year and wound up having to switch insurance companies. And all that stuff got done like right at the very last minute because my property management company, and the reason I hired them is so that I don't have to actually go out and do this stuff. But my property management company took a while to get started on getting the jobs done. Don't ask me why, but it's like the emails that I was sending them must have been going into some dark hole somewhere. So Pam says whatever it is under my chair. Okay. I don't see it. See, what I'm missing are some the little pieces that were in here. Oh, they're in the paper. You see them? Those are all the little pieces for his little stockings. And I gotta look at the picture to see how they are supposed to go. So they actually go this way. Top to bottom. But thank you for the suggestion, Miss Pam. So let's see. I know that these guys are not going to want to go where I want them to go. Let's see if I can put on just the right amount of glue on there. And I think that they are basically lined up like they're supposed to be. If I can line them up on the legs. So, when you got to position something right, what do? You use your tweezers to line it up. You are too funny. The thing is, you're right. Okay, so trying to push them out gently so they actually stay on the legs. They kind of sort of are. Let's see. I'd say that's pretty close. Sorry guys, I'm not meaning to cough into your ears. So now I adhere the other side and hope that it goes as well as the first side did. And I'm holding it, hopefully holding it long enough so that it adheres well. Well, it adheres, it's got enough glue on there that it is showing through on this side anyway. Come on. I also don't want to push it too much with my tweezers or my pokey tool like I would regular cardstock because it can mar the cardstock, the foil. Okay, so that looks like it is about okay. And then I can put his little shoes on. Okay. And Elizabeth apparently inspired Crystal to make a coffee card, so she's working on that. Awesome. Yeah, I just got some stuff in to make some coffee cards with, but I need to wait a little bit to do that because I need to get that up for Trinity Stamps. Okay, so one thing you probably noticed is that his little legs have got this little hole right there in the middle of it. The reason it has that is because this guy, super awesome, this little guy swings. So I need to see if my little dots, move stuff around, if my my husband is now going out on his bike ride, which tells you that we've been on here a while. But I'm going to need to see if this little thing will go on there right. So. Does look like those those dots do fit, so that's good. So now I need to decide where do I want it. I think I'm just going to put it kind of in the middle. And then this would go over that. And then his little legs are going to swing. And because I want to test it before I actually do it, I'm also going to cut out a ring of cardstock to go on the other side. And then I can adhere that down onto the card when we're done. So take the backing off. And this one is too big. I've got another circle punch right here. This one will be the right size. And just put that over it. And his little legs swing. Okay, I'm going to have to shift the camera so that you can see part of my mess, but so that you can see his little legs swing. So this is why I bought this die set. He's just too cute. Okay, back to normal. So the plan on this is to have him kind of mounted in the center. Now I'm thinking I need some red right there. So, do I want to use the foil again? Yes, I do. So now I'm going to cut that smaller circle and put that in the center there. Because there is one more smaller circle. Look. Actually, that'll fit on this piece. I don't have to use up another piece. What? Gloria says that you guys are not hungry. What is wrong with you? Every time I'm live, you guys are hungry. Okay, I love that little gnome. He's so cute. Okay, so I'm going to cut out that little red ring. Now I see why you said that, Gloria. Pam says coffee. I was starting to wonder if everyone was okay because food hasn't been mentioned in a while. Very true. Okay, so we've got that pretty paper there. We've got the white circle there. We've got another red circle. And then we've got our little gnome man. It's going to go right in the center there. And then I think I'm just going to put it on a regular white card base. You could also do it sideways. What do you guys think? Vertical or horizontal? So that's what it looks like horizontal. And Gloria is drinking strawberry lemonade. I'm still drinking water and coffee. Those are my staples. Now the reason I did the trunk is I was thinking I could put the trunk underneath him, but I don't know that it's actually necessary. Yeah, I think I am going to go with the horizontal. Where did I put the other card piece? Well, if I do it horizontal, he basically has trouble fitting. His hat keeps trying to come up the top. And you can't really see his hat as well. So I guess, yeah, vertical is going to be better, I think. And I want a touch of red along the edge here. So I'm just using some of that Catherine Pooler ink. I know I could use lunar paste, but that's going to take me longer to get this together. Okay. Directly on pattern paper. Oh, that might be it. What do you think? That, I think, you're absolutely right, Pam. That looks better than going with these other pieces. And I can use those for something else later. I do need to put some more foam on the back of him, though, because I want him to pop up a little bit more. I'm thinking, because I want enough space, and that's just got that little dot, I think I'm going to do a couple layers. One on the back of it, I'll cut a couple layers up top on the top part of his body, and then one more on the back of that little circle, so it's a little bit away from the paper. And we will see how he looks. Because I want him to be able to swing. So there's that part. That was one of the issues I had with my my Santa, is that I didn't really have enough space for his legs really to swing. That is too fun. And then he's popped up enough away from the cardstock that that's going to work perfect. And I think I'm going to have him high enough so I can put a sentiment down here at the bottom. But what do I want to put? He doesn't have a sentiment that comes with him. And I want something fun. I do have this set. You know me so well. That's it. What do you think? That's actually kind of cute. We've got different bits and pieces, like gnome is where the heart is. There's gnome one like you. From our gnome to yours. Gnome place like home. You know me so well. And then just Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas works perfect everywhere. Well, I want to keep it a Christmassy one, so maybe I'm going to just go with a Merry Christmas, but it is kind of that Scandinavian looking. So that goes very well with the little gnome. Okay. And this stamp set here is the one that I'm going to be using for the workshop that's coming up. So Crystal's already signed up for that one. Crystal's right here, so she's already saying she loves it. Yeah, this is the stamp set that we're going to be using for the workshop. And I love the way that little card turned out. They're so cute. Okay, let me see, make sure I get this positioned where I want him. I don't want it to be too high up. But I think Merry Christmas across the bottom will be perfect. You mean like this one? From our gnome to yours? I could use that again. Don't know if I've got enough room though. These are kind of tiny stamps, so that's from our, and that is to yours. Actually, that works perfect. I just have to get them positioned right on there. I was going to use this, but it's not quite long enough, so that means it's time for the T-square. I think that's about straight, but they're a little bit too close together. I think maybe too close. And these stamps stick to my fingernails quite a bit. Come on. Oh, I didn't even realize I was off camera there. Sorry about that. Okay. So I think the gnome is a little bit crooked. And then the from hour is a little bit crooked, I think. But I think this is about as close as I'm going to be able to get it. Then I can look through the grid on the front and see if it is about straight. It's pretty close. Well, hello, Miss Cordelia. Oh, I love that. That is cute. I will have to show you all of the cards that we made, Miss Cordelia. And hello, Miss Joyce. Welcome. Yeah, I decided that I really needed to get some cards made with this new collection from Spellbinders, so I came on here to play. You guys helped me stay inspired, mostly because it's like, okay, I gotta make something. You guys was watching. Of course, everybody keeps hearing me complain that I keep losing stuff. Like, I just lost my baby wipes again. And when I only have like 1 or 2 stamps that I need to clean up, I cut off bits and pieces of my baby wipes, which makes them last longer. But you guys are gonna love this card that I'm doing. I've got one more die set from the collection that I have not used yet, so I may still make one more card after this one. So you guys timed it perfect. Okay, so here's my card base. And then we've got this guy. I'm going to just go ahead and adhere that down. Try to get it about center. So the dies that we are playing with, the main focus of today's live are these fluted frames. Which makes this cute. This is one of them. This is one of the ovals. And it's got these basically little stitch things around the edges that just is so, I think it's a really nice finishing touch. But this one, I'm also using another die set that I haven't used before, and that's the dancing gnome. And I have to move it again so you can see him dance. His little legs move. It's so cute. And the sentiment is from another stamp set that I've got with little gnomes. That is the Holiday Gnome stamp set from Spellbinders. And that's what we're going to be using in a couple of weeks at my workshop. So that workshop is going to be on the 4th. So I want to make sure I get him kind of centered in. That is too cute! Oh my god! I love this little gnome. Oh my goodness. Which means I'm going to have to turn him into a wizard at some point because my husband doesn't like gnomes, but he likes wizards. I've got another gnome die set, and last year I made a little gnome ornament for the tree. That is too cute. Okay, now this one I can finish putting together because it still needed this last bit. And I think I am going to pop that up too. It's one of the nice things about this Scotch foam tape. It gives you a little bit of dimension, but not too much. Awesome, Miss Cordelia. We are going to have so much fun in the workshop. I think that's the third time that's the third card that I've made with that one, I think. And that's one of those ones that I just got like in I think it was July. It's one of the July. New collections from July. Okay. So then I can pop this little birdie up. And try to get him centered, which means putting him horizontal. Try to make sure he's about in the middle. So otherwise I will do it completely wrong and get mad at myself. And looking at the camera to make sure that it is about straight. So I'm kind of undecided as to whether or not the red around the edges in the lunar piece is okay, because it's kind of messy, but it still looks kind of cute. So the cards I've done so far as this one is using the Slimline. Let me show you one of those, because I know a couple of people have not been in here yet. So these are the fluted frames. This FLUTED Classics. This one is the ovals. This one I used basically the same, but it's a Slimline size. This one is an A2 size, and the one I have not played with today is the square. I kind of am leaving that one to last because I never make square cards, so now I need to make a square card. And now I need to remember where I put it. And then we just used the little gnomes on that one. Well, rather, we used the sentiment from that one. And then here's this is the little gnome set. And he's so cute because his legs move. That is just too cute. And someone asked me about the bell, the bells here, so I made a little bell. It's actually designed to make a doily, but I only did like 3 little things and made a bell. And I'm undecided as to whether or not I'm going to use the tree on this, so I'm going to leave this one out but put it back in its sheet protector. Assuming that it decides to go into the sheet protector, because these guys have been trying very hard, all of my dies have been trying very hard not to get put away. Something's sticking. Okay, that one worked out good. This needs to go back in, so I know how things are supposed to go together. So keeping your packaging is a good idea, so that way you know kind of sort of how things are supposed to go together. At least that's what I'm doing. Okay, all this good paper to get out of my way. And the stamps that are still over here. And I might do something with this. Okay, opinions, guys. One of the stamps from this vintage holiday set or the bottle brush trees for my square card. What do you guys think? I'm also trying to gather up the things that are still reusable that I didn't use the first time. I was planning on putting him on a little tree stump, but that looks awesome. I love it the way it looks. A bookfold card. So I don't know if I know what that is. Do you know where I can find a video with or a picture so I can see what that looks like? I think I'm also going to try doing a quick lookup of it because I don't know what that is. There's so many different card types, fun folds and stuff that I don't know what all of them are called, but it might be something I know how to do. Bookfold card. So looking that up and seeing all of the pictures. Okay, I've never made, I'm trying to remember if I made one of those. I think I did, but I don't know that that's what it was called. And I think I mailed one of those out to somebody this month. I don't remember if that one was yours or not. Oh, I'm spilling things. I just spilled a bunch of my little gems. Because the lid's open. Gonna have to clean that up in a bit. So I'm going to do a share a screen real quick once I find what I think you're talking about or what it's... This is a pop-up book fold card, so I don't know if that's the one you were talking about or not. And I don't have a share a screen set up, or yes I do. Is this what you're talking about, Gloria? Or Pam? Or both? Okay, so it's basically where it's going to be a dimensional type of card, but what is it that you're... What am I supposed to put in it? And all of these look like they're pop-up book folds. Or is this the one you're talking about? Book binding fold card. Yeah, it sounds like this is the one you're talking about. I remember seeing something that Aaron Reed did with that. So this would be kind of where I could combine... Actually, that is a good idea. And then I could put my little trees on the top. And that's not that difficult of a card design to do. So I think I am going to do that one. And that means I need another card base. And it just needs one card base, and then that should be good, I believe. Okay, let me turn off that and come back to where we were. Okay. See, I told you, you guys are the ones that inspire me. You are awesome. I have never made that card type. I always tend to go back to the standard. Actually, I usually do like standard side fold cards. I very rarely do top fold. I've got a couple of top folds that I've done recently, but I really don't do that many. Most of mine are side folds. And I've done a few fun folds because I intentionally decided, okay, I am going to make a fun fold card. Not because the dies or stamps that I'm using inspired me to do one. Does that kind of sort of make sense? Okay, so I'm going to start off with cutting at 5.5. Okay, and scrolling back up to see your notes on that. So you said 5.5 by 4.25, score at 1.25, glue to... Okay, so I need to get out my scoreboard again. Where did I put it? Yeah, I'm always stacking things so I have access to them, which also means I'm always losing things. That is the real reason I'm losing stuff. I mean, besides the fact that I lost my mind years ago. But I've got open drawers over here, and then I have to stack things on the drawers that are open, meaning everything that's on the inside gets lost, and then the things that are under the stuff that I'm stacking get lost. Okay, so we've got... These are Gloria's dimensions. So you score at 1.25. Okay. So do I... So I'm gonna need two 4.25 by 5.5 inch panels. Score at 1.25 on one of them, and then glue that down. So that means I need my paper trimmer again. And if I'm doing it wrong, Gloria, you tell me. Start with 11.5 by 4.25. Okay. Well, the picture I'm looking at has got them both directions, both horizontal and vertical. So if I wanted to do one, and this is just to create the card base. So I score one of these at 1 1.25, I believe you said. Yes, 1 1/4. And then this piece is the part that gets glued down, and then I can use my squares that I've got to decorate this piece. Awesome, Crystal. Okay. So now I need to take out my other die set, if I can remember where I put it. I think I put it away. Yes, I did. So this is what those other die sets look like for you guys who have not been watching all of my fluted frames. And the way that these work, I'm super awesome. You get a ton of dies in this. So you've got, each of the sets has got 3 of the fluted area ones. And those guys, where did I put my magnet so I can pick this up? I'm going with this part because that's what I'm working with. So each of these have got these cool little etchings that is basically going to be decorative edges, which is very, very pretty. And then we've got all the frames to basically cut. You can cut windows, you can cut frames, all that stuff. So let me see which one fits on here. So that one would fit, and that one would fit. And then I've still got some of my pattern paper that I haven't finished using up yet. I could do layers. So opinions, dark behind or dark in front? So we've got the white. Okay, it's gonna have to be this way, I think. Or I could just go with the dark. I'm really loving this cardstock. I mean, this pattern paper, this one is just too pretty. Now I have to decide on a size. Do I want it to go all the way to the edge? Well, this piece is actually bigger, so I can't really use that one, I don't think. I can use this one. Let me just double check these. Okay, so this one is too big for that. However, those frames are not. Okay, that makes sense because instead what I wound up doing is I cut the paper. Okay. So I'm going to go with these 2 dies and cut out some of this paper, and that's going to give me a nice white border around it. And then I can decide what I want to put on top. So I'm kind of leaning towards those little trees, but I've already done one with those like within the last week, but it is still pretty. Gloria, you're right, except that I need to make something else with the dies. And that'll decorate the front of the card a little bit more, too. I was talking about doing a shaker, and I haven't done that yet. So that would be pretty on the front. And then, could still do a shaker. And I do still have some packaging. I think that's what I'm going to do. I have not done one of these, but they look like they would be really easy to do. Those shakers that are like full front, but instead on this one it would be basically just covering this panel. That is my idea. And then I could glue something else on the front of that if I want to. Okay. I don't think I have a smaller of the packaging. So I think what I'm going to do... I'm actually going to make 2 out of this. So I could do a second one if I choose. Just going to cut off the seal there. And this needs to be probably around 4 inches. I think I'm going to cut it all the way down to the fold. The fold, actually I can cut off that glue end and use the fold. I can use the fold as one of the edges that needs to be folded down to seal. And then, so I'll go like that. And go about there. And then just cut off the edges on both sides where it's folded. And that'll give me 2, so I can do 2 cards like this. Hello, Ryan. Well, I don't know if you saw, but right at the very, very end of the last live, I think it was Kim was saying, oh, it's over already? So it's like I decided, okay, I've got some projects that I need to do, so I decided to go ahead and come back on live. And that's been, oh my goodness, this is my longest live to date. I started this like 3.5 hours ago. But I have made a few cards using the new Fluted Frames collection. This is so cool. They basically put this decorative edge on. I cannot pick these things up for the life of me without a magnet. They put this decorative edge around your papers. And this is like a freeform, so it doesn't have any edges on it. Instead, they've got additional dies that you can add. So this is what that edging looks like. I think it's just gorgeous. And that's coming from somebody that usually trims her paper pages down, all of her panels down just with a paper trimmer. I always use a paper trimmer. I rarely use the dies for this, but I may be changing my ways now because these are just too pretty. I've got several different dies now that are just gorgeous that use that. And now I am looking for, and I know I hid it somewhere, I need my tape, my score tape. Because what I decided to do with this one is make it into a shaker. Yeah, I agree. I love the way that that is looking. So, let's see. Yeah, I have enough to do it. I'm just going to put it on the edge here. I really need my other tape. I've got some thicker, some whiter tape, and of course I've lost it because I've got too much stuff on my desk. And then I've got too much stuff over here in my drawer. But what's bad is I had it out earlier today. That is the worst part. I know I had it out earlier today. Ah, and of course, it's like right under my nose. Oh, sorry about that. That one was just, Ryan, that live stream was just for the Happy Mail. So yeah, it was real short. But this time I kind of am channeling you a little bit. Because last night your live was not only making a project, but also doing a little haul. So I decided, okay, I'm going to do something like that today since folks are wanting to be on a live stream. And decided to do my little mini haul having to do with the Fluted Frames collection. Because Spellbinders sent me 5 of them. So I've got 5 of these sets that have got all those dies in them, and I've already made 4 cards, and this is the 5th, and I put the cards somewhere, because of course I want to share them with Mr. Ryan, because he is one of the card-making king. He's the card-making king. I mean, we've got all us females, so yeah. Did I only do 3? I thought I did 4. Well, I guess I have only done 3. So this is the first one that I did. Using one of the new die sets, the large die of the month, I used that. So it is so cool. Then I did this one using this little bird set. Actually, it's a die, it stamps from 2 different sets. And this one is probably my favorite so far, because his legs move. I just finished that one up. He's just too cute. So I've got a slimline, a rectangle, an oval, and a square of this fluted frames die set. So they've got all those different sizes, and you can do so much with them. And it's one of those, kind of essentials type. Oh yeah, I love this pattern paper that I'm using. I'm also trying to use up my pattern paper as much as I can this year because I have way too much of it. And I have not used things either because they were too pretty, they were too ugly, or I couldn't figure out how to use the humongous designs on different scrapbook papers. So I've got way too much and I really need to use it all. And what I'm doing here is I'm going to be making one of those full front shakers, full coverage shakers, except it's going to be just for this little square that's going to go on the front of a card. And of course, my positioning of this, I didn't put it down there straight, would help if I were to actually score it right. Only one side was scored on this. And this is just packaging from a stamp set. And Gloria had the idea to do a book fold card, which I've never done. So I am going to be putting this on the front of a book fold, which is basically the way that you, the book fold part is just the way that you put together the card base. Okay, let's see if it folds right. There we go. I think it's right. Yeah, that is good enough. And I think I still have some Christmas confetti up here under something. That's what happens when I clean my desk. I can't find anything anymore. There's my Christmas confetti. Oh, and I have a tree in here. I can put that tree on the front. Don't know. That's why I had trouble finding it. So Pam was wanting me to make a book binding card. Yeah, that's probably about enough. It's been a while since I made any shakers. And I haven't made, I mean, this is one that it's easy enough that you just see the instructions once and you kind of know it. But I haven't made this kind of card before. Oh, by the way, Ryan, I don't know if you saw my comment in your live last night, but I asked you if you wanted to swap. We've got a swap going on over in my Facebook group that you're not a member of yet, but we'd love to have you. I'm sure that everybody in the group would want to swap with you. And ladies, you can tell me if I'm wrong, because you guys are all the ones that are in the group. That works out really good. It doesn't seep out or anything. Awesome. Yeah, that looks good. So the bookbinding part is basically, the way that she explained it to me after the fact, after I'd already cut my paper wrong, is you normally start with your regular your 8.5 by 11 cardstock and cut it so you can do a vertical top fold. So that's going to be 4 1/4 by 11 1/2. And then you basically score one of them at 1 1/2 in and glue those pieces down. Well, I cut mine instead, so I'm going to be gluing them together. I'm actually... Awesome. There is a link down in the description, Ryan, to be able to sign up for my Facebook group, and that is Crafting with Debbie. So go ahead and sign up over there, and I will make sure to contact you in the group to let you know where the swap is, although I'm sure that you'll find it in the events. But yeah, we would love to swap with you. We are actually, the mail out for this swap is on December 4th, so you've got between now and then to make all of the cards that everybody wants to swap with you. Oh, thank you, Gloria. Even though I didn't follow your instructions right, at least it's coming together, right? So we want this to be strong, especially since I didn't do a fold there. Instead, I did a cut. So I'm putting 3 layers of 3 lines of score tape. And I'm probably going to have to trim the whole panel because I'm sure I'm going to put it at least slightly crooked. But it'll still work out. Okay. Then I'm lining the bottom up, so hopefully this will be straight. And then adhering the top. And I think I just cut it wrong to begin with. Oh, awesome! Why did I not know that you remember? I always have to approve everybody. I don't remember you signing into that. Let me look. I've got Facebook up too. Which means I am very happy. My computer is actually accepting me. I have had so many issues with trying to get everything working right, and I just changed what the antivirus I'm working with, because the other one, the one that comes with Windows, yeah, not so much. It basically was locking everything up. So every time I tried to go online, or every time I tried to do a stream, it would basically try to grab all of my resources, so my OBS wasn't working. Okay, so I'm in the group and looking at the members while I'm cutting my paper. Yes, you are. And it shows that you joined like 4 months ago. You joined 4 months ago and you haven't been involved with any of our swaps. Okay. I'm going to tag you in the swap so you'll have that link, honey. So you've been trolling and not telling me you were there.
5 o'clock.
And I have no idea why I did not know that you weren't there. That is just too funny. Okay, I just sent you an invite to the event, hon, so you can go ahead and let us know how many people you want to swap with, and then everybody will be fighting over it. I do have a post already in there, basically saying anybody who wants to swap with me can. So if you want to swap with me, feel free to say yes and message me with your address. And I can find your address on one of your videos. And I've sent you a card before too, so that will be easy. So for this guy, we can put the shaker in the center. But I'm thinking I need something more on that. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut this piece to be just a little bit smaller than the A2 size, and then score it down there too, so it'll have a little bit of backing behind. The assigning for swap partners goes like this. You post in the group that you want to swap with somebody, that you want to swap with X amount of people, and say, who wants to swap with me? And then somebody comes back and says, I'll swap with you. So it's just basically I set up the event. Yeah, I know, Ryan. Poor thing. But it's basically, it's up to you how many people you swap with and who you want to swap with. If somebody posts out there that they want like say 5 people to swap with, then you would go on there and say, yes, I'll swap with you. And when they get when they reach their limit, then they don't accept any more swap partners. And then you basically give each other addresses through Facebook Messenger. So it's entirely, see, how much do I need to cut off? I need to cut it down to about 5 1/4. But that way it's private, and we're not sharing your information, you know, out to the world over the group, especially when Facebook keeps changing their mind about what they're doing. I have no idea what they're going to be doing to the group. They have made some new rules having to do with public groups, which ours is a private one, but having to do with public groups, saying that anybody will be able to see and post, although, you know, the admins will still be able to kind of, you know, moderate that somewhat. But I've got 2 groups. The other one is a public group, and ours is a private group. But I'm still not sure that I like the idea of just anybody being able to go on without having, you know, answered all of the questions. You are so right, Pam. I am such a dummy. I should have thought of that, because I'm actually looking at some right in front of me that did exactly that. Okay, so this one is at 4, so I need to cut another one at 4. And then this extra piece is going to be just a little bit smaller. So this is going to get centered on there. See, you are saving me time. I know you want me to get off of here because I've already been on here so long. I just need to get off of this in time for us to have dinner. Oh, here's something that you guys are going to probably think is odd. We normally have dinner about 8 o'clock, meaning when I get off the live at like 7:30, because that has happened before. Then we start going to go fix dinner, right? Well, because of the time change, we are now doing everything an hour early because my husband decides he's not going to deal with the time change. Probably because he's trying to keep on track with being able to go and ride his bike is the thing. Okay, see, that is close enough. And then this piece, that one does need about an 8 cut off. I like all these papers. This is one of the paper packs that I've had forever, and I've got several that I'm going to be cutting into, but this is the first one, and we will see how long it takes me to get. I might not actually use the whole thing up. I tried to do the same kind of thing at Halloween and did not use up the entire paper pack that I was trying for. But then again, I think I did more cards that were where I made the background than what I'm doing this time. I'm trying to do like a combination, so I may do some background and some pattern paper, but I'm trying to use pattern paper on pretty much everything. It does save you some time with putting together your cards, and as long as you're doing something else creative, see, that's the thing. I feel guilty if I don't do something creative on something. If it's all pattern paper, I feel guilty. I feel like I didn't put enough effort into the card I made for whoever it was made for. Okay, so that can go there. And then this definitely needs something of lighter color in the front, which means that this tree is not going to work. What else do I have in this? I think this is from when I did the add to cart stuff. So I have these colors don't match though. Do have a little bit of greenery and some stockings. I think I'm going with the bottle brush trees. I'm just going to do them in white, I think. Or a lighter color. Could do bottle brush trees out of that. And this is, actually, this is my process. Oh, yeah, I just realized. Yeah, it is 5 o'clock, and you did say that you were going to have to leave. So I don't want to do that. I have not made my decisions. I could put a little Nomi on the front. What do you guys think? And when I was coloring some before, okay, she says a sentiment in white. Just a sentiment? I guess that would work. I haven't cranked up my foiling machine, but I don't really want to. Just because I got too much other stuff on my desk. So maybe... Okay, so that could go on the front. Let me see what this tree looks like against all of that, because I'm not sure. This might work. There's enough green on here. But this tree is just not dimensional enough. Okay. Okay, so Gloria says she likes the idea of the tree. But maybe I should cut it out of some green foil like I've been doing with the other ones. So here's my little green tree, and then I've got the garland I could do in either red or gold, and then I could put some gems on it for decor. Well, thank you so much, Zoila. I'm assuming that I said your name right. Okay, so let's grab out the green foil again. Or green foil paper, rather. And I just heard her say, it's like Elizabeth said, love the life of a crafter brain in response to something Cordelia said. Something about having to write down everybody. So I'm getting myself confused again. Okay. And here I thought my die cutting was done. Of course not. So I've got a green tree, and I'm going to do the garland in red. And I may still have, got a couple of little flowers I could add maybe. And I grabbed the wrong thing. Where's my other plate? And I'm throwing things around over here trying to find what I lost again. Okay, there we go. Quiz of the night. How many times today have I said that I lost something? Oh, I'm so excited. I actually said Zoila's name right. That's awesome. Okay, so let's see if I was right that this tree is going to look right on there. Because you never know until you actually try it. Unless you've tried it before. is shiny. Oh, I like that. What do you guys think? I mean, I know it's dark on dark, but I think it's going to work. And for a minute there, I thought maybe I didn't need the garland, but I think I do. So I need one more of the garland, and I think I do want something else to decorate it. So grab out my binder again and find the right dies for that. There is this little, this one has this little ornaments. This is part of the shopping cart. This is the Christmas and holiday presents one for the shopping cart dies. And so I'm going to cut out some little red ornaments to go on it. Cordelia says she's not prepared. That's too funny. And then Zoila says, losing item question. I'm guessing many if your table is like mine. Yeah. This is too funny, guys. Love you, love you, love you. You're awesome. So now I've got these little ornaments all in red foil. And would you believe that I've had red foil cardstock in my stash for years, and then I never ever use it. And this year I'm trying to use up all the stuff that I'm actually got in my stash. I'm trying not to say, oh, I might want to use that later. It's like, if I've got it, I need to use it, right? And that goes for you guys too. If you've got something in your stash and you're hoarding it because it's just too pretty, use it and put it on something. Okay, I want this to stay in place, so I need to grab that tape again, assuming, of course, that I didn't lose it again, which I think I did. Nope, it's right here in front of me. That's where I lose things most often. And I think I'm going to trim these little pieces that are kind of folded up off of there, because I know that they're going to cause issues. But I can still adhere those edges down too, just by using some extra score tape. So many tiny bits. Yeah, there are a lot of tiny bits on these cards. And what I've been learning, the more I've been using them, because I didn't do that before. I really didn't do that much die cutting. I mean, I was talking about that earlier. Since I got my Gemini Junior, and Elizabeth and Ryan both, I know, can attest to this, I die cut more. I die cut more because of the machine, and I die cut more because of my magic mat, which makes it so that my plates don't warp, and that means my dies can stay straight. And I'm probably putting more tape on here than is actually necessary, but you know, that should be enough. Oh, absolutely, Zoila, you are absolutely right. That's one reason why I don't have a craft room. I've got part of my, we've got a Florida room that when I first came to this house, my husband, or my boyfriend at the time, we would basically sit in front of his computer and I would watch him go onto the internet and pull up things like Icon has cheeseburger with those cat images, or just things that would make me laugh. That's the kind of stuff that we basically did on a lot of our dates. And yeah, I know that's kind of corny, but that's what it was. That was 2006, I think. And now this room has got 3 desks in it. I have one of them. It's a large desk, but I still have one of them. He has 2. So one is his work desk, and the other one is his looking at Facebook and looking at plants. Because he is really into doing all the plant things. And I got a piece of plastic here, there, okay. But that's what he does a lot. He's also an engineer, slightly OCD, and all of that good stuff. So he's one of those people that he basically learns everything about everything when he decides he gets into something. So he's really into cycling, which explains why he's off on his bicycle again. Didn't I cut 2 of those? I know I did. I don't know where it went. But he's off on his bicycle again. He's probably going to be doing a half Ironman race next October, so he kind of needs to get back into shape with that because he hadn't done one in like 4 years. But he used to do the full Ironman all the time. Like every year he would do the full Ironman. And that's months and months and months of training. So at this point, he uses like at least 2/3 of the room. And then all this extra space is all mine, but I can't store all my stuff here, so a lot of the stuff's out of here. But if it's out of sight, it's out of mind. If I don't have most of the stuff I need to play with here, I'm not going to use them. Which is why I'm constantly constantly losing things. So I decided I am going to put this little tree up on some foam and then glue the ornaments and such on. And I kind of think I want him off to the side a little bit. I need another small piece of foam tape there. I haven't heard about the paper paws. What's that? Okay, that is showing a little bit, and I don't want it to show. So I gotta trim that piece down a little bit more. Okay, so that little guy should be ready to go on the front of the card. Oh, Elizabeth, you're right. I don't know. That doesn't work in the Gemini Junior, though, I don't think. But yeah. If and when I decide to upgrade my foil press to the Spellbinders and start using my my Sizzix Big Kick more, and figure out how to make sure that I have enough room on my desk to do it with, then I'm probably going to need to get that plate. I've got another one that is for intricate dies, but it doesn't look nearly as pretty, and I didn't think that thing that he's got would stay shiny like that. I am amazed that the chrome does not get mangled. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and put this first one down, and then I've got to find my other garland, because I don't know where it went. So let's go that way. It's about good position. Because I did cut out a second one, and I have proof that I cut it out. I just don't know where it went. Okay, Gloria, you were right earlier that I would find something on the floor, and that's exactly where my little string of garland went. I think he always uses it through a Sizzix machine, but we could ask him. I mean, I don't know if he's still in the live in the chat or not, but if he is, he could answer us and let us know. Let's see, how much of this do I need? Cut it right about there, and that'll give me a third piece. Because if he does use it through the Gemini Junior, I want it. Oh, that looks so pretty. Oh, the question, Ryan, was that silver platform you sent through your die cutting machine, the one for intricate dies. Can you use that in the Gemini Junior? I'm thinking the answer is probably no, but I don't know for sure. Elizabeth thought she saw you use it with your Gemini Junior, but I think you've been using it with your Sizzix. so now I can put my little ornaments on. And try not to get any glue anywhere I don't want it, because it does kind of make this a little bit more matte. Okay, that's what I was thinking. The chrome precision plate. I was trying to remember what it was called, and I was pretty sure that one was for your Sizzix machine. And I don't think they make anything like that for the Gemini. I mean, all I've got for doing those major intricate types of dies is basically a metal shim, and it works fine. But I don't think anything works like what you've got. Okay, that is going to be it for my ornaments, I think. And they are actually behaving. Usually my die cuts keep on wanting to be flipped on the wrong side. Okay. So all this one needs now is a sentiment, which I could do that again. I've been using the Season's Greetings one, and I don't even remember which die set it's from now. I used to know what it was, and then I've been playing with too much stuff since then. Oh, and I think I just found a scrap of white paper. Yes. So I can put that in some red ink, and the white will still go good because I've got that little bit of white there, so that's good. And because I want to make sure I do a good stamping. Oh, I also still have my Gnome is where the heart is thing. From our gnome to yours. That's what that was. Okay. Okay, I will take out some just for Pam. I will take out a piece of gold cardstock and find a gold die. I might have one cut out already, but I don't remember if I've got one cut out already. But I will add a gold star. You have earned a gold star today, hun. Actually, I've got more ornaments. I just found some gold ornaments and a couple of stars. There's even a couple of silver stars in there too. So I've got some other things to be able to add. Okay, and now my cranberry fizz. So the cranberry fizz is the ink I've been using all day. That or the, for the black that I did on something, that one was the, my brain just stopped again. VersaFine Clair ink is what I used to do the stamping and embossing earlier. It looks so pretty. Doesn't need a second stamping, but I do it anyway just to make it just a little bit darker. And then I don't actually need that. I was thinking of doing a doing some embossing, but I don't really need to. And I need a new piece of baby wipe because that one is not cleaning anything. Okay, bye-bye, Miss Pam. But I am adding a gold star to the top for you. And I'm hoping that I'm going to get this cut straight this time. Which I think I will because I've got enough extra here to hold on to. Kinda, sorta. And these sentiments tend to be right at a 1/2 inch with your little bit of room around it. So I could put the sentiment there, but I think I want to put it actually on the plastic. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. First, I need to find a star. So I've got different colors in there. Do I have a gold star? That's a silver star. I don't really have any gold anywhere in this, so I don't have to do a gold star. I think I'm just going to go with one of the silver stars, maybe. I thought I had some gold ones. And this has got some little bows. And some bows. I think I need another little piece of foam because the top of it is just kind of trying to flap around a little bit and I don't like it. I want to have one tiny piece of foam that I have already cut. So let me cut this down a little bit more so it'll fit. And it actually fits right behind it. Awesome. That was perfect. I'm excited. My craft space is a disaster area, but I think I've had a fairly productive and fairly successful crafty session. You guys have been awesome. I think I'm going to put a little bit of cranberry fizz around the edges on this too. I'll try not to touch the edges and get ink all over myself, but it's gonna happen. And then to make sure that it stays on there, I'm going to use some score tape. Thank you, Miss Gloria. Okay, so this guy is going to go up here, just barely tucked under the tree, I think. And I want a little bit of the red to show on the other side too. That looks kind of cool. So did I do okay for my first bookbinding card? And my first full coverage, full front shaker. I think that turned out pretty good. Thank you so much, Zoila. Okay, so I am going to be letting you guys go, but before I do, I want to first bring out all those little cards that I made. I think I made all the ones I was supposed to. Let me just double check. I did a rectangle. Let's see, I used the rectangle, I used the square, I used the slimline, and I used the oval. I think that was, yeah, I only had 4. I think I thought initially I had 3, and because I didn't count right. And these are all using the new FLUTED Classics collection from Spellbinders. And I'm still undecided as to which one is my favorite because they're all pretty. So this one uses the large die of the month, and this is just a gorgeous, gorgeous swag. I love that. And it comes with the piece that does all of that pretty foliage. It's got about 4 other kind of wavy kind of dies, plus all the little bits and bobs that go along with it. And the die that I'm actually playing with today is this one that makes this really cool edge. All of these have got this definite, you can definitely see that cool edging that's on each of these cards. So that's the first one. The second one, this is using another one of the, I think it's the Just a Tweet Poteen. I don't know what you're saying, Cordelia. But this one is, I believe it's the Just a Tweet new stamp set from Spellbinders. It's been out, I think, about a month or so, because I just recently did another card on it. I did one of those Halloween cards out of that wasn't actually made for Halloween. So that was the second one using the rectangle. This one is using the oval, and I love it because I love my little Nomi whose legs move. That is just too fun. I told you, I had to get this. After trying the one with Santa in the chimney and the fireplace thing, I had to get this one. It's just too cool. And then we've got the square, and that one is with that little shaker in there, and I think that turned out pretty cool too. So those, and I did it all with you guys. You guys got to see the entire thing from start to finish. I had no idea what I was going to do other than I was going to be using the FLUTED frames dies, because the FLUTED classic dies, because I thought these are so cool and you could use them for so many things. I mean, and I basically did. They do a wonderful job on all of your different frames, and it gives that just that little extra something to kind of polish off your cards that would be awesome anyway. But you've seen most of my cards. Most of my cards, all of the edges are done using my paper trimmer. This time, I use the FLUTED frames, and it just adds that little extra. So anyway, you guys, thank you for hanging out with me for 4 hours. If you didn't watch the whole thing, which I know most of you guys didn't, feel free to check out the replay and feel free to fast forward, especially when I'm looking for things because I lost them. And you guys have a wonderful night. My husband's going to be home shortly, and I'm going to have to figure out what we're going to eat for dinner because I haven't done anything other than craft all day. You guys have a wonderful day, and I will see you real soon. There is a hop on Saturday that both Elizabeth and I are in, and it is the Debbie J and Neha's birthday celebration hop, because my birthday and her birthday were both last week. So we decided to get together and do a hop together. And we have got, I think right now it's about 15 people that are sharing different birthday celebration type of cards. And we've got about 10 awesome sponsors. So be sure to drop in and watch all of the hop videos because you're going to love it. What else do I have to say? Elizabeth has got her Zoom thing on Saturday, I believe. Is that right, Miss Elizabeth? So I'm sure she's going to comment again in just a second, but I believe that her Zoom session that she's doing is going to be on Saturday. I think it's supposed to be at 5:30. And then other than that, we have a live stream again on Tuesday that was probably going to be playing with foil. And then I've got a the next big thing that I've got going on is a craft workshop where we are going to be using this this stamp set to make this cute card. And that's going to be on the 4th, and there is a link down below where you guys can register for that if you choose to. So you can, and Elizabeth says, yep, but it's at 5 p.m. So yes, make sure to mark your calendars at 5 p.m. She is going to be doing a Zoom session, and the way to get it is to go to her group. She will have a link there if you want to craft on screen with her, or you can go to her YouTube channel and watch from there. But we will see you guys in a day or two. You guys have a wonderful night. And again, thank you for hanging out with me. You don't know how much I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. Talk to you later. Bye.